Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islamism without the schism. Want to rise upon the 7 within the circle of justice, mercy, love, and right, and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. But let us come forth and call on our beloved Consul General of the Texas Territory, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bey, that he may come forth and open up the way. Islam,
gratitude. Yes, I'm Dr. Marvin Edwards Bey out of the Texas Territory, rising, giving all praise to the great God Allah, giving highest honors to his prophet, our prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali. Give high honors to our theocratic government, our Moorish American government. Give high honors to our Act 1. Give high honor to all of our officials. I give high honor to this class, our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, better known as E.A.R.S. As well as I give honors to all those present, all of the scribes. Give honors to our instructor, Dr. Shedo Amiti Moheja Shepswell, for hosting and instructing this most powerful class. Give honor to everything that's Moorish, our flag, our seal, our emblem, our divine constitution, our holy Quran, our book of Ali, our 101, 102s, our exhuming of a nation. All of our divine revelations I give honor. Give honor to the forerunner of our prophet, Dr. Marcus Moshe El. As well as I give honor to the ancestors, whose shoulders we stand upon. We are the return of the ancient ones. Okay, and I'll begin. I begin with our Moorish American Egyptian Adeptus prayer. Ya Allah ebnuheru mekunetaru. Ya Allah ebheteru. Ya Allah ma'atheru. Ya Allah hoteperu. Ya Allah heru. Ya Allah ma'at herkuti. Ya Allah awasjet tejuti. Ya Allah pertem sutek, pertem heru. Ya Allah bamaduti. El hedisrei abtu ali. Amen. Hallelujah. 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 In transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice, O Allah, you are my protector, O Allah, you are my guide, O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day, O Allah, through your holy prophet, Drew Ali. Amen. Holy Issa, Holy Issa, Holy Issa. And now I will be reading our divine constitution of Morse America. Salvation, our God, unity. Act 1. The Grand Sheik and the Chairman of Morse America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Morse America. The Assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Morse America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday the first man was formed in the flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Morse America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Morse American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Morse America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali the prophet to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Morse Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Morse America. Morse Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Morse America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey their father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Morse Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution of Morse America. And now this meeting have been opened according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And I will now pass the meeting over to our National Assistant Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Dendra Ania Kirby. Islam.
I am Dr. Dendra Ania Kirby. But first, let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act 1. I give honors to all my government officials. I give honors to our instructor and our host this morning, our National Assistant Grand Sheik, Dr. Sadua Mete-El Mahedit Sepsuel. And I give honors to our Consul General of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, for opening us up according to law. And at this time, I will be reading, coming from our Holy Quran, our chapter 62, Holy Instructions from the Prophet, the Instability of Man. Inconstancy is powerful in the heart of man. Intemperance swayeth it whither it will. Despair it growtheth much of it, and fear proclaimeth. Behold, I sit unraveled therein, but vanity is beyond them all. Weep not therefore at the calamities of the human state, rather laugh at its follies. In the hands of the man addicted to vanity, life then is but the shadow of a dream. The hero, the most renowned of human character, what is he but the bubble of this weakness? The public is unstable and ungrateful. Why should the man of wisdom endanger himself for fools? The man who neglecteth his present concern to revolve how he will behave when greater, feedeth himself with wind, while his bread is eaten by another. Act as becometh thee in thy present station, and in more exalted ones thy face shall not be ashamed. What blindeth the eye, or what hideth the heart of a man from himself like vanity? Lo, when thou seest not thyself, then others discover thee most plainly. As the tulip that is gaudy without smell, conspicuous without use, so is the man who sitteth himself up so high and have not merit. The heart of the vain is troubled while it seemeth content. His cares are greater than his pleasures. His His solicitude cannot rest with his bones. The grave is not deep enough to hide it. He extended his thoughts beyond his being. He bespeaketh praise to be paid when he is gone, but whosoever promised it deceiveth him. As the man who engages his wife to remain in widowhood, that she disturb not his soul, so is he who expected that his praise shall reach his ears beneath the earth, or cherish his heart in its shroud. Do well with thou liveth, but regard not what is said of it. Content thyself with deserving praise, and thy posterity shall rejoice in hearing it. As the butterfly who seeth not his own colors, as the jasmine which feeleth not the scent it casts around it, so is the man who appeareth gay, and biddeth others to take note of it. To what purpose, said he, is my vesture of gold? To what end are my tables filled with dainties, if no eye gaze upon them, if the world knows it not? Give thy raiment to the naked, and thy food unto the hungry. So shalt thou be praised, and feel that thou deservest it. Why bestowest thou in every man the flattery of unmeaning words? Thou knowest when return thee, thou regardest it not. He knoweth he lieth unto thee, yet he knoweth thou wilt thank him for it. Speak in sincerity, and thou wilt hear with instruction. The vain delighteth to speak of himself, but he seeth not that others like not to hear him. If he have done anything with praise, if he possesseth that which is worthy of admiration, his joy is to proclaim it, his pride to hear it report. The desire of such a man defeateth itself. Men say not, behold, he have done it, or see, he possesseth it, but mark how proud he is of it. The heart of man cannot attend at once to too many things. He who fixes his soul on show loses reality. He pursueth bubbles which break in their flight, while he treads to earth what would him unto honor. Islam, Islam, Islam. We will now turn everything back over to our host, our National Assistant Grand Chief, Dr. Sadu Amit El Mahedja Sefsuel. Islam.
In Islamism, gratitude, goddess and queen.
Gratitude.
Gratitude for the read. And having already risen, we continue to rise upon the seven within the circle of justice, mercy, love, and right, and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution, and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another E.A.R.S session, Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. And I'm your host instructor again, Dr. Shahid Imani Amohadi Shabazel. And my ancient Comedian high name being the same as Dr. Shedawa Mentiel Muhajid Shepsuel. And we got a grand drawing to bring on the manifest. And as we always do, we'll be laying a foundation by coming forth from the book of fire, calling on our scribes to volunteer in the reading. And we'll actually start at this particular time on page 321. And that will be dealing with an ancient Kemetic Moorish history. And Islam Grand Secretary of State. And we'll have you read from 321 to actually above be conscious of our biblical beginnings. Islam.
Okay, to 322.
That's right. Islam. Gratitude. All right. Next scribe will volunteer.
Islam.
Islam, Sister Danger, you can pick up from 322, be conscious of biblical beginnings. And you can actually stop above back to the Greeks.
Back to the Greeks. Islam.
Islam. And one more scribe.
My mic wasn't hooked up. Islam.
Islam. Okay, Brother Badi Bay, you can pick up from back to the Greeks on 324 and
What's going
say
on?
that again, brother.
No, I can't hear nothing.
Oh, you can't hear? Can you hear us now? Islam? Islam,
What's
brother.
going on?
Yeah, something going on, I guess, with the brothers. We can hear you. Okay. Well, all right. Islam. Brother Bati Bay, can you hear me? Something wrong with the brother audio.
Islam, if you're having problems, I mean, I could fill in until he comes in.
Yeah, most definitely. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, then. And what's the next reading?
Yeah, you just pick up at back to the Greeks, 324, and you can actually want you to read over to the value of a divine history. But then when you go there, I want you to jump to page 347 and finish it off with Moses meets himself. And that
okay, I see back to the Greeks. Oh yeah, okay, the value of divine history.
Yeah.
You want to read all of that, and then fast forward to 328, is it?
347, Moses meets himself.
47?
Yeah, stop on 348, but it's like right at the top of the page. So
okay, let me just take a look at it right quick. 347, Moses meets himself.
Yeah. And
Okay.
you can stop at
whoever it stops to. Above Maya and the ego?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay. Yes, sir. I got you.
Okay, Islam, gratitude.
Islam.
Okay, so Islam, I'm about to. We may proceed. Give me a second. Okay.
You ready for me?
Yes, ma'am. Islamism without the schism.
Gratitude, Islam, Moorish kin. First of all, I want to rise, giving all praises to our Father God Allah, giving honor to our Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, the last prophet in these days and times, giving honor to our Moorish kin, to Act One, to our family online, and to our scribes on the panel, and giving honor to whom honor is due. I'll be reading um, from page 321, an ancient Kemetic / Moorish history. The illustrious Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the first Moorish American patriot to teach the lost found descendants of Africans the truth about Adam and Eve. He said, they are the mothers and fathers of the human family, Asiatics and Muslims. Although the entire human family began in Africa, the majority of their true history has been secretly kept from their children in the Americas. A whitewashed European version of Adam and Eve has been force fed through Christianity to these African children during the subjugation of the mother continent. Until the advent of the Holy Prophet, the Western world saw the first human family on earth through spectacles that had been prescribed with falsehoods, myths, and hypocrisy. Through these European designer glasses, the modern world saw only a pale skinned Adam and Eve whom lived in a mystical Garden of Eden. This Eden had an exclusive, quote unquote, for white folks only sign at the entrance. Also, in the black psyche, this Eden was propagated to be in the well off white folks settlement, and with the exception of being infested with a talking snake, was believed to be the only heaven a good Negro could possibly, perhaps, maybe, pray to reach in the sweet by and by after they died. To this day, most religious circles accept this dark age story as the word of God. Since slaves are bred to have short memories, most ex slaves habitually still serve the God of their former slave masters. This God could not be perceived nor defined beyond the realms of the very church that ordained the denationalization and enslavement of African worshippers. When Drew Ali first brought the true history of Africans to the Moorish, they became awed at its infinite, universal, and deific depth. To this day, of all the millions of Negro churches in the United States with countless Bible thumpers, there is not one so called African Christian with full relationship knowledge to the true origin of Adam and Eve. The story of Adam and Eve is actually the original verbal historical account of the first civilized people of Africa. It is the truth of their divine origin, fall, and attainment to perfection being told by wise men to all initiates. The glory of this first man and woman represents the complete cycle of the great God in man. This circle of life was called Emmanuel by the ancient Israelites. The holy story of Adam and Eve is the divine essence of a charted course that all men must ultimately follow. There is no escape from the fixed destiny endured in the historical infinity of the story of Adam and Eve. Without the pure knowledge of one's derivation, any person armed only with human knowledge will face the instability of their karmic present while awaiting an obscured future. Without the true knowledge of Adam and Eve, carnal man will believe he lives in the make believe life that is trapped between a birth and death. In this chapter, the required do or die light of Adam and Eve will be revealed. How the esoteric history of Adam and Eve has been used to lessen gods into humans and reduce humans into Negroes. The deliberate burial of the true value to the first family on earth will lay bare the dark aging of a people. The state of ignorance about Adam and Eve has also been used directly to secure the institution of slavery in the Western Hemisphere. This state severed the paternal roots of nearly a half billion African nationals, detaching them from the human family with the marks of Negro, blacks, and colored people, NBC. Every nation that claims attachment to the human family has had their Adam and their Eve. The Bible is full of Adams and Eves. However, most of them are shrouded under the terms begot or begotten. In fact, the Adam and Eve genealogy of Yehoshua the Christ through his father Joseph and mother Mary in the books of Matthew chapter 1 verses 1 through 16 and Luke chapter 3 verses 23 through 38 are sound examples of how serious African nationals truly are about their divine origin. Adam is the founding father of the human family of nations and its first patriot. Other more renowned Adams are the great Ham and his lineage of Cush, Mizraim, Phut, and Canaan. Also, there is undeniable father divine of many nations, Abraham with his sons Ishmael and Isaac. All of these are Adams of great nations, civilizations, and religions. The latter sons actually subdivided the first religious creed, the ancient Kemethian mystery system, into Judaism and Islam. Most Americans can now relate to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Quincy Adams, etc., as being the founding fathers of the United States of America. By divine design, they are the indisputable Adams of the USA. However, they have very little understanding when it comes to their ex-slaves being a clean and pure nation with their own Adam. Hence, the purpose for our subtitle, The Exhuming of a Nation, to the biography of Noble Drew Ali. Indeed, also by divine design, as revealed in this biography, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the return of Adam. By this design, he is the first patriot and indisputable founding father of the lost found tribe of Ali, the new Moorish American nation. It does not take the research ability of a master historian to realize the existence, absence, and exhuming of this cornerstone of the human family, and that only Noble Drew Ali, having been born among them, proclaimed this nation as his by their one divine name and number. Drew Ali states, all Adam and Eve are the mothers and fathers, yet they are one. Hence, the honoring of one's father and mother became one of man's first obligations and source of strength. The so-called Negro race and other NBC people are the only people on earth today without mother or father from which to honor. Matthew chapter 15, verses 1 through 14. High parental honor has been a covenant among African nations since their fall into humanity. It is more holistic in cultures than any modern day religious concepts and breathes on every civilized family's origin, genealogy, and heritage. Drew Ali also taught the Moorish Americans that they are olive-skinned Asiatics, angels, and have the same Adam and Eve, father and mother, as those who guard the holy city. See Genesis chapter 3, verse 24, and question number 57 through 63. He educated the Moors to the fact they are the direct children of Adam and Eve. This may seem somewhat acceptable as common knowledge by those in this age of cyberspace and optic centers. However, in 1913, most American Negroes actually have been trained to believe their present idea of Yehoshua, God, and his mother Mary were all pale-skinned and the opposite of themselves. To say the least, to them, God's first man and woman of the Bible had to be ever so white. As far as the good Christian colored people were concerned, the first, white family of God in their home, a Garden of Eden, was a delicious and evasive slice of pie in the sky after you died. Surely this garden was where all white folks and a few good Negroes went to if they were blessed. Prior to the advent of this angel of Allah, question number 41, the Moorish of North America were miseducated into a dark age of Christianized, Darwinized, and denationalized pseudo-life. As unconscious Negroes, blacks, and colored people in BC, they were deceived into believing Adam and Eve were two Europeans in a God's mystical paradise. It is only natural for a few NBC and some self-proclaimed white folks to defend 2,000 years of deception with the modern Christian statement, it doesn't matter what the color of Adam and Eve. We are all children of God. Even a crash dummy would reply with, since the skin color of God, Adam and Eve, was not important, then why was it biblically taken away and replaced with pale skin? This bitter bit of history of a people's mental status should be well remembered as we now ultimately endeavor into Adam and Eve as originally told by the ancient ones. But first, let's uncover some more of this 2,000-year-old hoax. Adam and Eve has been mostly told by thieves. No oppressor, slave master, or otherwise ruling government has ever written the accurate history of his or her captives. The Babylonians, Comethnians, Romans, Islamic rulers, and Euro-Christian governments, etc., all have slanted the history of their victims to reflect themselves as superior saviors of the wretched of the earth. Naturally, they were all merely doing their God's will to subjugate or annihilate the inferior enemies in order to save them from themselves. Such history will reflect the victors as having saved the wretched from an assumed inevitable doom. The Grecian Roman interpreted writings of the Israelites' history are by far a prime example to support this reoccurring fact. It turns out, according to prophetic destiny, the pale skinned nations of Europe are today's controlling world rulers, straddling the current cusp between the Piscean and Aquarian ages. Naturally, their great book, which tells his story of the conquered people of African descent, is the foremost propagated and most read book in recorded history, the Bible. The Bible, by far the greatest book of collected African history, to be written by Europeans, oddly enough, was not written by Africans, and it is not the infamous Word of God. No, God did not write the Bible. The Greeks from Europe wrote the first draft of the Bible, and it was called the Septuagint. See religious finale. Noble Durali said, "You can't control how another man writes your Moorish history, but when you get the pen in your hand, write your own, tell the truth, and sign your name to it." The ancient Comethnians, having enslaved the tribes of Israel, misnomered them collectively as Hebrews. This was a very degrading label and not the free national names of the peoples. This renaming or labeling one's chattel is not a new phenomenon. Historically, slave masters have never addressed their slaves by their free names. Slaves, as with all other properties, are given slave names. This is because they are a conquered people and classified by their rulers as inferior and less than a first-class citizen or lower. This is standard procedure based upon the strength that no slave can ever be greater than his or her master. In these modern days, history has repeated itself with the renaming of the West African Moors into Negroes, blacks, and colored people, NBC. And like the so called Hebrews, after generations of being called names other than your own, the branded slave labels became accepted as normal. Once any living thing began responding to the summons or callings outside the purity of its own natural freedom, it has been domesticated. Indeed, within the slave world of Hebrews and blacks, some would rather die trying to be what they are not than to live being themselves. See 13th and 14th Amendment. Still, as soon as Moses freed his tribesmen from the Pharaoh's oppression and they got on their feet, these freshly freed nations slandered their former slave masters as Egyptians. The derogatory label Egyptian replaced the true name Comethnian gods of the Nile in all the Hebrew communications and publications. And so it remained until this day. Similarly, in this era, the Egyptian rulers called the descendants of Amexium, Akubalon, Negroes, colored, and blacks. As to the so-called blacks were free to read and write, they called their slave master white. And the beat goes on, and the revolving doors of Maya continue going to and fro. The Israelites, parentheses, Hebrews, Yehoshua, of 2,000 years ago did not write the Bible, a history book, about themselves and their verbal account of their creation and fall of man. In fact, the Torah was over 1,000 years old when the Greeks wrote the Bible. The Torah contains Israel's story in their divine accuracy. So there was really no need for another book of their accounts. Ergo, since the Israelites, through which Yehoshua was born, had no use for a book written by their oppressors about them, then who did? Obviously, the authors, whether they milked a council or 70 rabbis to get it or not, it was still written for the benefit of the Greeks, Romans, and subsequent nations of Europe. This time we want to turn the meeting into the hands of our National Assistant Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Dendra Nee Akurtube. Islam?
Islam, Islam, Islam. And I will continue. Be conscious on page 322. Be conscious of biblical beginnings. To this day, most do not know they have been lied to by those who wrote the Word of God in their Koine Street Greek language. The biblical Adam and Eve saga was among the first literature the slaves were allowed or force-fed to read, and was greatly enforced with barbaric dosage of the fear of parentheses white man God by European rulers and slave masters alike. This was the sole purpose for Freemasonry, the Reconstruction Amendment, and the Ku Klux Klan. Their establishment were to save their black sinning heathens from their own wretchedness and for the unconscious institution of slavery's New World Order. Albeit since the Greeks' biblical version of the only version of Adam and Eve known to so-called blacks, then let's sojourn there and see what they look like in the light. But bear in mind the divine origin of the original Hebrew laws of Moses began in the Egyptian mystery system, and the basic European translation of the Biblo teachings evolved into a middleman religion of events, parentheses, which quite candidly he brewed up. Also remember, now as the Moorish American began to write their own history, had it not been for Noble Drew Ali revealing these great truths of the divine origin of African world would not be forced to concede to over 2,000 years of fabricated religion dogma with their information highways and cyberspace intelligence. The true story, someone's mic is open. The true story of Adam and Eve is all about the divine creation and heritage of the original African people. They were not only the first man to people the planet Earth, but their will was emerged with the will of their Father God. Drew Ali placed this in the science of Asiatics and Muslims, the mothers and fathers of the human family. Question number 57. Here it would be good to note a Muslim is anyone who submits his or her will entirely to the will of the great God. Hence, Adam and Eve were Muslims before they became Asiatics and humans. During the millennium of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden and in the world called Asia, there were no Europeans made. The Hewless ones of the Netherlands were not even a thought. But now today, okay, let me see, what was that? Hence it would be good to note, a Muslim is anyone who submits his or her will entirely to the will of the great God. Hence, Adam and Eve were Muslims before they were Asiatics and human. During the millennium of Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden, and into the world called Asia, there were no Europeans. The hugest ones of the Netherlands were not even a thought. But nowadays, pale-skinned nations have had the privilege of governing the earthland, telling his story. All of a sudden, they are the former authority on the original first family, Adam and Eve. Surely this is parallel only to a bastard, given the couples of great grandparents of hearing fish stories being told by date trees, or a mutt telling the history of his pedigree, or the green monkey his father's AIDS. Speaking of monkeys, how is it an entire people who proudly proclaims to evolve from primates know the true history about the human family? Was it not these same people who pillaged the prophetic and oral history from the Hebrew tribes in the first place? Not only that, but as unconscious Moors try to paint themselves black into a biblical history, little do they notice it is the pale-skinned nation of Europe themselves who denounce all claims to the biblical human family. This paganistic practice of making God in the image and likeness of man is a gratified weakness among the nation of the earth. In these modern times, the nation of Europe named themselves white, then made Yehoshua in their image and called him God. Domesticated African slaves being forbidden first-rate entry into white Freemasonry and white Christianity were allowed to make their own version of their institutions in the quiet of their slave quarters. Today, these are various NBC fraternal orders and Christian denominations, fully equipped with their own version of the Bible, complete with black Yehoshuas and surrounding characters of their image and likeness. Oh, the horrors of fallen humanity. Can all this be blamed on the rabid hormones of Mr. and Mrs. Monkey? The biblical story of Adam and Eve, as told by many religions of the cross, originated from Moses and various Hebrew slave tribes of Africa. Most of these tribal stories lost their spiritual significance in the translation from Africa's origin to European carnal comprehension. What was later reported to the world, diluted and spiritually deprived version of Greek interpretation of the creation and fall of man. These diverted rays of the truth were not the real thing, but have permanently hatched the modern West. Not to speak radical against the church, but it seems to me anyone who teaches man cannot be perfect and then give the great God a mama named Mary should know eventually they would have to face the truth sought by inquiring minds. How did the Greek fit into biblical history? Turning to the countries surrounding the life of Yehoshua BC through AD, history reveals the Romans and Greeks were governing Palestine, question number 28. In fact, Greek was made the national language, although the indigenous, like Yehoshua, continued to speak Aramaic. 2 King chapter 18, verses 26, and Ezra 4 in verse 7, the tongue of their forefathers. This is similar to English being the national language of the United States, although the surviving Canaanite tribes, Indians, continue to speak Athabascan and other indigenous dialects. True history will also reflect the Greeks thought all language other than Greek sounded like Blabla's hum, Babla who hum the blah, and considered all non-Greeks barbarians. There were two levels to the Greek language: classical, correct, proper Greek, and Koine. Koine Greek is the everyday common street language and standard colloquial trash talking expression and general ad-libbing Greek. After the beginning, Koine became the word of God. You guessed it, the Septuagint first translation of the Bible was translated entirely in Koine Greek. Naturally, since the Greeks and Romans give themselves the title of God, question 92, and wrote their Bible in Greek and Latin, it is not strange for today's Black Christians, etc., to defend their master's book as the Word of God. To most of them, the only God they have ever known is the same master which wrote the Bible and then used the same book to justify the offer of African enslavement. Actually, the origin of the Word of God began as the words of the ancient pharaohs and simply means voice of the ruler of the land. Question 93. People, namely so-called Negroes who refer to the Bible as being the Word of God, are in fact giving praises to the words of the Greek, and through various paganistic forms that are pleasing to themselves, make European (white men) their God. This does not mean there are no truths in the Bible. Quite the contrary. What this means is the Bible is not and was not ever the Word of God, but the words of the Greek. It does not matter how much the NBC pastor hawk, sweat, and spit. In the name of Jesus, the letter J, pale-skinned God, and all came from the Greeks and was traumatized into the slaves by their European brothers. It must be remembered in the minds of the Greek, they were the only gods. As a people, they could not fathom a divine origin and subsequently could not perceive a God greater than themselves, unless it was an African God-man whom they call Yehoshua to this very day. No European nation ever knew or worshiped the great God. As Drew Ali wrote, man's highest idea is his God. The Greeks at their greatest were not powerful enough to completely hide the holy light of Africa's that was centralized in ancient Kemet, Egypt. Nevertheless, once the truth had been confounded, it is no longer pure and can do no more harm than healing. Where the Greeks and other Europeans have fallen short on African comprehension is for anyone to know the spirit, they must be the spirit. The Greeks, neither Romans nor any of the pale-skinned invaders of the Holy Land, never fully understood the spiritual foundation of Hebrew, Aramaic, sister language to Arabic, nor any of the other 200 languages of Acubulan. Note, Acubulan means mother of mankind or Garden of Eden. It is in the descendant language Swahili of the ancient Kushites. Acubulan is the indigenous name given to the continent, later misnomer Africa by the Romans. Her first true and divine name is Amexem, which means land of the holy gods or land of the holy people. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 46, ayah 3. The reason for this lack of transliteration is not because Africans were primitive, monkey-built pagans as portrayed by virtually every European Bible purchased since Constantine, 280 through 337 AD. It is simply because they could not understand the boundless spirit realm. They could not measure what they could not see with their carnal eyes. The world of hallowed covenant, holistic culture, and the lines uniting divinity and matter is incomprehensible to those unable to see inward. See the third eye. This was the foremost lesson for the Adamites to learn. Whenever European rulers failed to understand the infinite and the timeless, they will either try to destroy or distort the subsequent manifest. These thoughts draw strength from the bowels of envy, lust, and hatred. It is in the nature of hatred to be short-sighted, a slave to time, and fearful of anything it does not create. Therefore, the foundation of the Bible rests upon a great short sight, a slave to time, and fearful of anything it does not create. Therefore, the foundation of the Bible rests upon a great conspiracy, Islam, a great conspiracy. It was the amalgamation between the Sanhedrin, beginning with Caiaphas, and the governor of European rule to nationalize the Jewish religion under the Roman government. The world's greatest cover-up since Adam tried to hide from his maker had begun. Rome's subjugations of Israel religion is rooted in the fringe crucified death and resurrection of Rabboni Yehoshua. Those Jews who would not conform to the government's version of Judaism were later called Christians. Note, because they were pious like Yehoshua the Christ, but because the title Christian distinguished the rebellious Jews from those willing to compromise under the Roman yoke and law. Yes, the first Christians were Jews. This is why Yehoshua warned John to beware of those who call themselves Jews and are not. Revelation 2:9. Today, this Roman assumable jurisdiction of civil customs is reenacted in the United States takeover of prohibition and the lottery number games, etc. Remember, selling liquor and running numbers were crimes of felony when acted by America's common people, but a government control of poor people's pleasures was legalized by the use of one word: license. A license is a document of authorization to practice that would otherwise be illegal. Black Laws Dictionary. Oppression can do strange and often unimaginable things to human mind. Weak-minded Jews to became Christians the same way pope-free African Muslims have become pig-feet-eating Negro Christians of USA today. The powerful effects of oppression have never been truly measured on the minds of U.S. slaves. The Bible, with its Hebrew Greek version of Adam and Eve, was siphoned from the Israelites during their state of iron hand oppression. The Greeks recognized the Comedian Egyptian influence in the Mosaic law became because Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Hippocrates, etc., had all received their formal education in the European mystery system, not to mention the notorious Alexander the Great. The reader should also remember Moses being raised as an Egyptian aristocrat, received the foremost teachings of its ancient Adeptus mystery system. These teachings included perfection of the God self with its power of dominion over all other living things created by the seven eyes of Allah, the Elohim. This is why the Pharaoh's heart appeared hardened. Pharaoh simply knew all the sciences of the God-man, which Moses had mastered before being exiled. The Egyptian sages were simply not impressed with the exploit by one of their former students, and they viewed now as a traitor for taking the secret teachings into those forbidden lands in the north. Yehoshua, the prophet, also received these lessons. Summoned Bunon in the Egyptian temples featuring Sultanate, meaning man, know thyself. See religious finale. Islam. I would now turn everything over to our Consul General of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bey. Islam.
Islam. Yes, this is Dr. Marvin Edwards Bey, Consul General of the Texas Consulate. Praise and honors have been given. And I'll begin. Back to the Greeks. The books of Moses, collectively called the Torah, translated from the Hebrew language containing no vowels into Greek, lost a world of spiritual definition in the very first draft of the Bible's Old Testament. The Greek version of the Holy Bible, called the Septuagint, the Greek word for 70. 70 is also the Egyptian number for brotherhood. The Septuagint acquired its title from the Council of 70 rabbis that convened to translate the Torah into a low-class Greek language. All subsequent Bibles trickled down from this one. For example, the Roman Catholic Latin, the infamous King James Version, spurned more than 3,000 variations, edited, revised, and fraternal Word of God. Did I mention the Holy Quran and the ancient Bhagavad Gita has never been changed? The history is pertinent to Adam and Eve because most of the westernized world is only aware of their biblical version. Yet, the Bible was never written by a single prophet, as are other sacred tablets. This is because every major prophet always leaves a holy book of guidance for their special people. And while most Christian leaders most Christian scholars are drenched in a maze of unresolved questions about Adam, Eve, Cain, the flood, Moses, the missing 18 years of Yehoshua's life, etc., etc. Rarely does anyone question who titled the Bible holy in the first place, or who said it is the Word of God. Another master question is, since there is no difference between the great God and his name, who is God? Who is the God that wrote the Holy Bible? Truth is, the era of Moses was about 13,000 BC. The oldest Hebrew story in the Bible only dates back to a little less than 4,000 BC. Good gracious. There are pyramids and mounds older than these Hebrew stories. The ancient seafaring Moabites had circumnavigated the entire continent of Amexem by 8,000 BC. There were many African civilizations that gave birth to the tribes of Israel, collectively known as Hebrews. In fact, it is not strange that Adam's son Cain already knew his wife, although they were in Nod, east of Eden. Genesis 4, chapter 4, verses 16 through 17. The entire story of Adam and Eve marks the two great civilizations. The first was during the founding of Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu. This one was before the catastrophic earthquake, which is often confused with a 40-day biblical monsoon called the flood. When Moses led the tribes out of Egypt east into the promised land, did I mention the Moabites were already using Moab? The Amorites were busy in Ammon, and there were some Canaanites still in Canaan. In other words, the promised land was already being occupied by natives of that era. An accurate history would also reflect that the promised land was another lawful province of ancient Kemet, Egypt. During this time, the only gods of the civilized world were the pharaohs, who were the rulers of the earthland. They were not too pleased with those who called themselves Jews squatting on their land across the sea. It seems the descendants of those self-proclaimed Jews of that era would be repeating the same Exodus 3,300 years later in the 1948 Western-backed proclamation of the Islamic occupied land. Case in point, the biblical Hebrew stories are not the true origin of the human family. These stories are mostly abstract versions of the divine creation, fall, and perfection of man. These histories of the world were learned by an enslaved people, Hebrews, while under Cometian rule and mystery system. The world's first religious creed, Islamism, by slaves never being greater than their masters, they rarely understood the origin or nature of their master's creed. Anyway, the original Hebrews with Moses' Egyptian teachings did not believe that God or man had beginnings, nor did they believe that spirit man could die, not as long as the great God lives. The Egyptians had taught Moses that man is a perfect being. This is why the great Torah in its original Hebrew text is by far more accurate than today's infamous Word of God. But only a few NBC people dig back far enough to the origin of a given matter. The truth of the creation and fall of man states, time never was when man was not. If life of man at any time began, a time would come when it would end. Most Holy Quran, chapter 1. In contrast to this immutable truth, the Greeks' Holy Bible gave God the creation, make sure I got this right, gave God the creation and man various time slots with the Bible's infamous opening alpha passage of in the beginning, Genesis 1:1. In the beginning is the Greeks' misinterpretation of the Hebrew oral history and became the start of today's once upon a time introduction to some Western stories. Only one kind of person would equate the infinite absolute with the finite duration called time. Perhaps this is why Noble Drew Ali stated, finite mind cannot comprehend things infinite. Ironically, the majority of the world rulers and evangelistic preaching about love for humanity, ironically, the majority of the man-made people, parentheses, American Negro, blacks, have not figured out one major problem. With all the religious, political world rulers and evangelistic preaching about love for humanity, why is it that none of the major religions teach them the truth of who they are? But then again, the problem itself has been a secret till now. Now, with some of the biblical discrepancies and other Greek /Roman slants to the original man of aforementioned, let us now remind ourselves of Africa's Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, as documentation, is the ancient Kemethian and Moabite record of spirit man's descent into human form and conscious liberation back to the all of his God state again. For those Black African Americans, especially stuck in the stupor of disbelief and never question what God Greek is the Bible truly the word of, they need to review the one historical revelation. The modern world is nearly 86% populated by people of olive skin. There are Bibles in all of them, even Islamic countries. Yet, how many nations and tribes of African descent, all parentheses, all people of hue, own and rule their indigenous countries? Yet, how many nations and tribes of African descent, parentheses, all people own and rule their indigenous countries, parts of their indigenous land without European intervention? But the Bible and its trademark cross are in these places. And who is the economic, parentheses, and more often than not, political, social, and religious ruler of their lands? How much has truly changed since the era of Brother Yehoshua? Parentheses, see Illuminati. So what does this have to do with Adam and Eve? Value, just plain value. Security is what gives a thing value. An accurate, unbiased, and truthful history of any place, person, and time is what gives this value. Security is a manifest of purity, cleanliness, and truth. To see Adam, Ish, and Eve, Isha, in their God state as the original man chosen to be made from the soils of Eden, Amexem, Akubalan, Africa, then as the first humans to walk the earth is to know their true history. The true history of Adam and Eve is so infinitely valuable to the Moorish. These were the children of Adam, Ish, and Eve, Isha, because they honored not the mentally, they honored them as their divine link to their creator. As long as Moorish nations remembered their sacred origin, they could not be mentally enslaved. This is why it took the nations of Europe under the Roman Catholic / Christian crusades 2,000 years to break the minds of the Moors and whitewash away Adam and Eve from their memories. In fact, without speaking radical, the Bible is the chief agitator of the whitewashing machine of Adam and Eve. This is the reason they, the prophets, and Yehoshua appear suddenly pale-skinned in the final rents of the colored churches of today's Vatican subsidies. Okay, I'm going to fast forward to page 47. Moses meets himself. The Adamite children of Adam and Eve, the ancient Moabites and Cometians, were the first human race to establish sacred temples and schools solely for the purpose of sustaining God consciousness. Moses, a Muslim, learned the knowledge of self because being raised as an Egyptian bureaucrat. In turn, Musa taught these adept lessons to the Hebrews, tribes of Israel. The Hebrews, in their prophetic and verbal history, wrote the account of Moses receiving these lessons in their Holy Torah. The Hebrew story tells how Musa went upon the sacred mountain, was told to remove his shoes because he was now entering holy grounds. He then saw the great God through the fiery light of the burning bush, and then he received the various commands from his Savior. On one occasion, Musa, the Cometian adept, was asked for the name of his supreme deity, and the answer was simply, I am that I am. On another occasion, Moses was told to place his right hand in his breast. His hand went in olive skin, but came out as leprous, white as a European. Then the command reversed his hand to his original African hue again. Exodus 4, chapter 4, verse 5 through 8. The biblical interpretation of this great and lawful meeting from Moses to Allah is often made complicated with mystery and shrouded with abnormal possibilities of man. In actuality, the ancient faithful were very close to Allah and godlike in their actions. This Africa is the home of the original names for the Creator. All living things from Africa came here. All original names from the Creator. All living things, Allah and God, like their actions. This Africa is the home of the original names of the Creator. All living things from Africa. God. All living things. Okay. From Africa came the Garden of Eden and terms like angels, adepts, gods, Christ, holy disciples, light, Muslims, and man, etc. Yet, these simple names can make their surrounding events very complex in the darkness of misinterpretation and misunderstanding. As for the Moorish nations of the Americas, they must not forget the nature of the West is to make the East appear foreign, dark, and illusionary, and always forbidden. The Bible leave ajar the door of discrepancy as to whether it's speaking from the God of the universe or the God of man, when it refers to the words said by God. The pharaohs and most graduates of Egyptians' holy schools of thought were known recognized and called gods, prophets, Christ, angels, etc. See religion. These titles reflect the different degrees mastered by the initiates / adepts. Similar to America's high school graduates, associates of arts, masters, or the doctorate degrees, etc. To this very day, everything the European first thought was God originated from African civilization. Therefore, the story of Moses on the mountain, although it did occur, was told in the symbolic words of the ancient Egyptian mystery system in which Moses and Yehoshua were graduates. In the light of understanding, the most complex becomes simple. Shoes are symbolic of human life, mortal character. Feet, a symbolic acts, words, and deeds. Holy ground is symbolic of entrance to the self-soul unity of Allah, third eye. Mountain, the upper room, parentheses, the upper room is symbolic of the heart, higher consciousness, parentheses, Allah and man's meeting place. The bush is symbolic of the tree of human knowledge. The burning light is symbolic of flaming torch of love, God, and essence of life. The voice of God is symbolic of the harmonies of the higher self, Akashic records, universal authority. The hand is symbolic of the mind. White is symbolic of purity, light consciousness. Black is symbolic of death, absence of life, human knowledge. Rock is symbolic of understanding, parentheses, upon this rock, understanding, I will build my temple. Now with the symbolic meaning of the words brought to light, the entire event takes on its relevant and true meaning. During the life of Yehoshua, 1,555 years after Moses, Mount Sinai was still there. And although countless of millions of people have visited the actual site since then, not one person has reported ever seeing a bush burning, abandoned shoes, or a message from the God of Moses since then. What's up with that? Surely, what our forefathers were, we are today also. Appendix, Most Holy Quran 47, verse 10, ayat 10. This is because when Moses, Yehoshua, Muhammad, this is because when Moses, Yehoshua, Muhammad, Ali, or Martin Luther King Jr., parentheses, for that matter, went to the mountain to be with their God, the true mountains were above and between their two eyebrows, see third eye. The earthly mountains as such were mere places for geographical solitude. A place or thing becomes holy when the will of God and the will of man are in harmony. For example, holy ground, Holy Quran, etc. Holy is the uniting of Allah and man. The word holy originated in the sacred schools of ancient Africa, and it was used only when the deification of man was relevant. This brings to mind a question with a possible jab slap answer. When was the word holy applied to the Greek Septuagint, the Bible? Or was that when Caesar became Pope? Since Adam became the first prophet of the New World Order, all prophets and other God-men and women go into meditation via the nearest place to meet the great God. Through meditation, They cannot take any naught or other people physically with them into the divine light and paradise of silence. They can only take them by white hand, pure mind, and guide them. It is very obvious the mountain of gods, prophets, and angels are not the same earthly mountains seen by humans. Islam, Islam, Islam. And now we'll turn this meeting back over to our host, our instructor, our national National Assistant Grand Sheikh of North America, Dr. Shedu Amiti Amuheddin Sepsuel. Islam. Islam, Godman, you there?
Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, sir, I hear you now, loud and clear. Islam.
Gratitude. Islamism. Well, having already risen, we continue to rise in ascension, giving all praises to the great God Allah, our Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere. And therefore, honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. Again, Moors want to give honors to all of you who are here to get this grand drawing that we have in our ears. Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. We'll be going into giving our people some background so they can have understanding, of what the hieroglyphs truly represent. Because we are starting back in Kemet, and then we are coming back down, so to speak, as we normally do, moving in a cyclic manner. We come from the glyphs, and then we go into dealing with actual alphabets, such as your hieratic and so forth and so on. And then we go into dealing with the Demotic. Then we deal with the Coptic. In other words, we know hieratic is really MEDU, Ray, and Kemet. We know that Demotic is really second Inshet, and Coptic is really Hikapta. These are the proper terms that you use in reference. And then we go through the Arabic, which we just came out of the Arabic, based upon the Quran, because we know that the Arabic and the Arab culture in many ways was derived from a lot of Kemetic culture. This should be understood based on the fact that the great-grandmother, Hajar, and the we can say the grandfather of the heirs, Ishmael, were of Egyptian origin. So everything leads, being bound by cord to every other living thing when we deal with this aspect. And so that's our cyclic process. And then we come back to hieroglyphics again, and so that our people can get this information. And so we got some grand drawing we're going to bring on the manifest this morning. We want to put everything in its proper perspective. We must understand the ancestors used the term Meduneta. And Meduneta, from the Kemetic standpoint, is said to be the language of the gods. Now, the European used the term hieroglyphs. And this term hieroglyph, coming from Greek, actually means sacred carvings or sacred inscriptions, so to speak, or sacred engravings. And some people have confused, the engravings with actually being, a writing form of the modern alphabet. So we do these particular drawings that we demonstrate here to show our people, where they get these concepts from, and once you understand that right there, no one can pretty much mislead you anyway, and they can't keep pulling the wool over your eyes, so to speak, when it comes to dealing with this information. You see, it's very important that our people really get this grand insight. You see, and if they get the insight, then they will be better off in learning what it is that's necessary to be learned, and they'll have a grand drawing, so to speak, when it comes to this knowledge, as opposed to what somebody else said to them about certain measures. So we got a grand drawing to bring on the manifest, and we're gonna make it plain. That's the thing that we can tell you. We are most definitely gonna make it plain for you by the time this demonstration is said and done and over with. And whatever our people chose to do with this information after that, that's gonna be on them. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start, because I got so much here and I was trying to make sure I didn't have too much open to where our demonstration shut down and close out. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start with dealing with showing you certain aspects of pictorials, and I want you to do your own research and look these things up. A lot of information that I have has to do with antiquity, and don't never let nobody tell you that I'm gonna come forth and not give you a source. Y'all see it all the time. I show my sources, I cite them, I show you the books they come from. But if one is hell bent, so to speak, on not wanting to receive the information, then they gonna say anything to run from it. So let me share this screen right here real quick, because we're gonna make it real plain for our family this morning, as always. And every time we come around, the knowledge is more extensive because I'm always doing research. I'm never content with what it is I have, unlike other people. Can you all see this, Morris Ken?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gratitude. And this is actually a very old piece of work right here by Gustavi Sifatri, which is the rudimentia, as they call it, rudimenta hieroglyphs. This is a old work right here. And what it is, I actually just have excerpts, screenshots of what's in this particular measure. So we're going to go through a few of them. Give me a second here. Hold up. I should have had it here. It ain't let me do that. So what we're going to do, we're going to stop sharing. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to pull it up again. And I'm going to reopen it. Give me 1 second. And then we'll move from there because it wasn't active. And we want you to see exactly what's going on here. Our people, and make sure y'all write this stuff down, family. Take notes is what I mean, where you can. Take notes and do your own research, and you'll see exactly what it is that I'm saying. Because most people, you got a lot of people be acting like they don't get what's being said, or they don't comprehend what's being said. And a lot of time it be those who really they're not trying to get insight when it comes to the information anyway. So we know better. We know they understand, but they trying to shut down so they don't have to accept the information at hand. So that's all good and well too. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to pull this demonstration back up so it'll be an active link. And I can go back through the archives. And once we get this up, and y'all can look that book up too if you remember the title. If not, I'm gonna put it back up here in a second.
Islam, give him a second. He'll be back with us.
Okay, can you hear me, Morris King?
Islam.
Islam.
Okay, yeah, you already know how it goes. Goodness gracious, praise be to Allah, Islamism without the schism. Um, give me 1 second, family. I was just opening this thing up. I looked up and I wasn't even on the thing no more. I said, here we go again. Okay, so give me a second here and we'll be sharing this screen in 1 second. I just want to make sure our family can see this right here. And I'm trying to keep everything from opening up a whole lot because I don't know. I guess that's probably why my stuff bogging down a little bit because of the amount that I'm trying to open up at one time. It's a lot of information. Okay, so we're gonna see. Okay, that's it right there. So now I can share my screen. And if any time it goes out, then y'all know I'll be right back in here. So just hold it up, so to speak. So here we go right here. Let me share my screen. All right. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Get this real quick. Trying to open that up too, because that need to be open. Yeah, I'll just open that one up right now. I ain't gonna open the rest of them up. That'll probably save me a little energy. So here we go right here. Let me get this here. All right, there we go. All right, you see this again, family? The same thing I was showing y'all before we fell off.
Yes, sir.
Okay, gratitude, Islam. So what I'm showing our family here, family, in this particular work again, you know, the rudimental hieroglyphs, right? This is an old work right here. And this particular work, if you go into it, and let me blow this up a little bit so y'all can see here. Professor Lips, you know, this is a academic demonstration. This ain't just a random book. In this book, they show you various different depictions of signs and symbols. And you will see the labels of these signs and symbols. But in fact, some of these signs and symbols that they have in here, you know, I ain't never seen this in no hieroglyphics here, but they showing you various different expressions. They mixing some of this stuff in with what they call cursive hieroglyphs. You know, they got different drawings of the way they draw different lions, and you know, it's a well documented book, but it gives you a perspective, you know, on what it was that ones was demonstrating, you know, when it come to dealing with what they was calling hieroglyphics. And you're gonna see that they put labels on them in a minute, and we'll get into that in a second. All these different symbols here, a lot of these same symbols are referred to as determinatives by Alan Gardiner. You see? And so as you go through here, you see all these different symbols. You see they even try to put certain demotic and hieratic characters in here. They just have different numbers on them. And I want to actually find the whole book because these are actually photos of this particular book, but I want to find the whole book, dealing with this here. Okay. And these are giving you different what they are calling tablets or tables, if you will, that are coming from these particular measures. That's table 5 or tablet 5. These are a lot of this would be seals that they would have found amongst the people of the children of Israel. They have like the seal of Hezekiah, the seal of Jezebel. They look like this. And you have to ask yourself, why would the Israelite people have these symbols? And it makes sense. It makes sense to the extent that it proves that the Israelites had been in Egypt, as we just read, in the Exhuming of a Nation by our chairman, and he gave a good extensive background on that. So you can see here again another measure. This is what they would normally call a shinnu. They would call it sometime a cartouche with a name of a supposed king on that particular demonstration is what they would tell you. They would tell you, well, this is the and Ara, and this determinative right here. I can't think of exactly what it is right now, but if I was dealing with it from the aspect of a serpent, they would say this would represent a letter Y in certain cases, but this is a different type of serpent. So that's a little different. This would be Heru Amket, and then they would say that this is the letter M, Heru Aket M, and so this is what they came up with in a system, that was created by Champollion, and we're going to get into all of that right there. We talked about it before, but we just going deeper into the detail of these things now with more information that we have found since the last time we came around. So this book is a very important book because it has certain terminology in here that I want our people to become familiar with. I'm just showing you, just going through different spots up here, and showing you. And I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of the stuff that's in here is really pseudo-hieroglyphic, because a lot of this stuff right here really is not saying a whole lot of anything at all, so to speak. This is just declaration, so to speak. Now, this particular drawing here, I can see they trying to deal with the Ptolemy demonstration over here. This is a so-called Ptolemy cartouche here, that they like to come up with. But that's a whole nother measure. We went through that, and we're going to get into that later on in the studies of these particular drawings. So what they did, just like they did on the Rosetta Stone, they took certain symbols and put them around these cartouches that they created to make people think that there was something being said. For example, you don't see on the wall of Kemet, things that are repetitive like this. Here, this is how you know it's a lot of Ptolemaic additions that's being added on here. You see, all these particular measures here, they'll say that's M and going into the letter R. Most of the time, mere love or whatever is what they'll say that represent. We can see a whole lot of stuff like this type of symbol here. I can tell things because I done looked at the glyphs, and a lot of this stuff, like I said, was added on and made up later. A lot of it also had to do with them photocopying certain things and mixing it in and adding it in, and we got to be careful with what we call pseudo hieroglyphs because they don't say what people claim they are saying. It's all made up to be depicted a certain way. So I'm just showing you these pictures, and we're going to go further into some grand measures in a minute that our people got to understand. So now you can see again they dealing with, a hieratic style of writing, which is this is real alphabet here, and these are pictorials. We're gonna give you the name of what these pictorials are referred to in a minute. I'm just scrolling through here so you can see. Again, this is your alphabetical expression here. I'm gonna blow that up a little bit. These types of symbols, you can look at that and tell it's an alphabet. You can look at it, and it kind of reminds me, this hieratic right here, because that's what that is. It reminds me somewhat of the way that they write in China. The way these things are demonstrated here. And so here, again, are your pictorials. And again, here are your alphabets. So we got to know the difference between the two. And there is a difference, family, as we always tell you. So we're going to kind of walk our family through this, and then as we go phase by phase and stage by stage, we will also be calling on our scribes, as we go into this measure. See here, again, here are your birds and different symbols. And they go your alphabet. This real alphabet here, these are pictures, these are alphabets. We have to say this over and over again because it seems like no matter how much we say it, our people still, have it in them to go the way they go. And these here, I can actually tell the numbers right here. Mathematical paper at the bottom, but yeah, more pictures, more of a cursive. This is your cursive hieroglyph style here, where they look, linear, so to speak, but they are less developed and fully pictorial. This is cursive hieroglyphs in this style. And what they do a lot of time, they amalgamate these things with hieratic, and then they will call cursive hieroglyphs hieratic. So you got to know the difference between cursive hieroglyphs, hieratic, and pictorials. Hieratic again represents the actual alphabet. The pictorials and cursive and pictorials, as they are the same thing, basically. They just put a different name on them. So yeah, so here we have again, same thing, repetitive pictures, alphabets, pictures, alphabets. I want to get to the actual labels because they actually have the title, what they label these things. And this book, like I said, is very resourceful because it's old and it has a lot of measures in here. I'm just going through it. Now, up here, this is where it gets interesting. Because if you notice up here, you see some Hebrew characters up in here. Now, we know Hebrew came later, and this is the Masoretic text that they have here. You see, this is Aleph here, right? In the Hebrew language. So we see the way that they pretty much depicting certain measures in here and how they trying to run it down. But Hebrew and pictorials, when it come to Kemet, is different. And the Hebrews had their own pictorial expression as well, which we're going to get into that in a little bit. We're going to touch on a lot of that. I just want y'all to see this in this particular work. Look like a real cipher here that they have up here, though. And you can see they got all the pretty much a lot of these letters. That's the mem. Let's see here. So, they have Hebrew letters all up through this particular demonstration. Like I said, I want to get the book. This book is so old, though, it's out of print. This is what I wanted to get to right here. Notice they say compare it to Literum, right? Phoeniciarium, Phoenicarium, which is Demoticarium, Demoticarum, and Hieraticum. So they letting you know they dealing with Demotic, hieratic, and then they talking about hieroglyphics, antique, anaglyphics. Very important. So they make a distinction here, and this is what I wanted to show our family. Notice you have anaglyphic hieroglyphic, hieratic, demotic. And that's actually a proper order right there in the way things was revealed, because what they're calling anaglyphic, notice that they're pointing out the pictorials here. And notice when they come here, they have hieroglyphics, and there are similar pictorials here, but it's actually, from what we're seeing, looking as if they basically use the pictures and refer to them as anaglyphs, and this pictorial form of a cursive style they are referring to as hieroglyphs. So though these express, the same measures to a certain degree, one is called anaglyphs, anaglyphic, and one is called hieroglyphic. And then you have your hieratic, then you have your demotic, which comes behind that. You see, it's very important that we understand this particular order, and understand the difference between anaglyphs and even hieroglyphs. And the concept of anaglyph most definitely has to do with, analyzing glyphs. In other words, you are observing. You see, just like I say, anytime that you look at creation and you watch creation, you read the book of creation, you see the things that take place in creation. This is all our ancestors did, and they recorded these things, and depicted them in stone in the beginning. But that was never meant to be a written language like people have thought it was. And we're going to get into all of this here. Here's another measure showing us the same thing of what we were saying here. See your anaglyphs, clear pictorials here. You can see that cursive style. You don't see the real beak on the foot of the face of the bird here. It's more of a stick man style of writing. That's the difference between regular pictorial, and even though some people will see in the modern time the cursive, and they'll see like the full expression of like artwork, and they will call both of these hieroglyphics. And you can get away with that to a certain extent, because we know hieroglyphics, according to even our brother Walter William, represents, a measure that's undecipherable. And when he says that, it doesn't mean that it's uninterpretable. It's saying that it's undecipherable. And we're going to get into that in a minute, because you can't decipher pictures, in the aspect of dealing with language. And if you were to use the term decipherment for pictures, you would have to refer to that as being interpretation, exegesis, you see, breakdown, whatever terminology you want to use. But we just have to know the proper terminology. So here it again, you see the hieratic coming after that, then the demotic, And so even here, this would be where your phonetics would be here. And Phoenician actually came as well as the main alphabet that was used universally, but it too derived indirectly from Kemet. So we see all of these particular measures up in here, family, and I'm gonna show you what I'm getting at in a second here. Let me see here. That's another picture, just showing you again anaglyphs. You hear them talking about hieroglyphs, but ain't nobody talking about the concept of the anaglyph. Clear pictorials, then you see this cursive style, of the hieroglyphs, which are pictorial, but they are more again in the stick-like form, and not so much clarity, so to speak. Okay, let me go back here. Same thing here. We can go on and on because it's really is demonstrating the same thing here. You can see over here they actually have, the Hebrew characters, as well up in here. We're going to get into all of this in a little bit. I'm just trying to show you this for your information right now. Here it is again. Same thing. you know, and they actually depicting these particular letters, you know, and trying to show you what they would represent to them and the way they put them together, the European. And I'm gonna show you why they did this. So you know, you see it again. Hebrew characters mixed all in here. Now check this out. Hymns, Praesidens, Hieratis, Scriptus. You see, look like they're talking about praise being demonstrated in the Hieratic scriptures or whatever, right? I ain't gonna act like I'm an expert in what that might be, some look like some Latin. But anyway, this is your hieratic. We know that. And here go your pictures right here. See that? Again. Okay. So let us go on. And that was actually the last one. That was actually the last one, pardon self. But this is what we are showing you here now. Now that you know the difference between anaglyphs and hieroglyphs, because we ain't gonna get into the demotic and the hieratic because we ain't dealing with that right now. But we want to deal solely with, you know, what pictorials are and what they represent. So I'm gonna go up here to my email. And I had just sent some measures here to my email. I actually went on ahead and brought this book, Family Scribes, the book that I was talking about, the signs and symbols of the world. And this particular book, make sure y'all put it in y'all archives as well, people. Let me show you what's being stated in here. Well, actually, I'm gonna start here because this is the first drawing here. Listen to what is said here. And y'all can see that, right, Morris Ken?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's and these are pseudo hieroglyphs too, by the way. Just a group of pictures that they put together, you know, to give their example here. This right here ain't saying nothing, family. I'm telling you, you know, and so it ain't saying nothing, at least when it comes to dealing with the way that Champollion them would like to depict it. You know, so like I said, a lot of this stuff was decor, you know, and these things, some of them had meaning behind them, but they were not individual letters like they talk. You know, the Heru was Heru, you know what I mean? These different things in here you find here with different portions in there. Egyptians had names for each one of these particular pictures. And those names, in most cases, come from the hieratic language, the demotic language, you know, and these are not individual letters like people would like to make you think, you know, under the Champollion system. So if you look here, what they tell you here, it says Egyptian hieroglyphics. It says many early civilizations utilized symbols that stood in for an entire alphabet. It says most of us are familiar with Egyptian hieroglyphics. Those symbols stood for words and concepts such as immortality. You see? Now, Horopolo will tell you that the serpent consuming the tail represents, you know, immortality. It says rather than represent individual letters. So we have to understand that. That's what I keep trying to tell our people, that these symbols stood for words and concepts such as immortality. So these would represent words, not individual letters. Why would they represent words? Because, for example, this is a, let's just say this is a crown. I call it a crown, right? Because that's what it is. So you would think, well, what is the Kemetic word for crown? You know, one is called Hedjet and one is called Deshret. So this is the crown of lower and upper kingdom. So this is the crown, you know, that is known as the Hedjet and Deshret. These are the words that are used to express this symbol right here. You see what I'm saying? So all you need to do is find out what is the Kemetic word for these particular pictures. You see what I'm saying? Like this, in most cases, it's the Sa. You know, that's what the goose would represent, the Sa. You know, this would represent Neb here. but it ain't got nothing to do with these being individual letters. These are people, places, and things. This is a person. When I say people, this is a person right here. This is a person here. This is considered a place because this is called Seket. You know, Seket Aru in most cases. This right here, this little place here, you know, a field of reeds is what they call it. Seket. This is not a letter. It's a thing, a place. See, person, place, and different things that you see here. This is a flag. This flag is netter. It wouldn't be the letter N or the letter C and, you know, all that. This is a scroll right here, Mahejet. See, all these words represent these different expressions. And as time go on, you understand and you comprehend, you know, different expressions here. Like this is a symbol of the desert here. You know, so there are names that refer to all these things. So all you need to do is learn what these items are first and foremost. And once you learn the pictorials and learn them by name, you know, and what's being expressed, then you can determine, you know, from a metaphysical standpoint, what they represent. And we're going to get into that later. You know, we understand. So what you would do, you would look at the items like this is a lotus plant. So how would you understand the lotus plant? Well, if you don't have a full knowledge about it because you don't study plants, you would have to go and study the lotus plant. You see? So what is the significance of the lotus plant as it can be applied as knowledge? What is it that our ancestors observed about the lotus plant? You know, that was of significance to them. You see, what lesson was in it? And this is the key. This is why I say when you put these things in a form of making them one letter in an alphabet and take them out of the original context of what they represent, you actually take from, you know, the deeper message, you know, that these things relate to. You see? Because let's think about the lotus, you know, the way it opens up, you know, where it is found, the location that it's in. You know, let's think about how, for example, they use the term 1,000-petaled lotus as a symbol, you know, in Buddhism. You know, and this represents the opening of the crown chakra. You see what I'm saying? So our ancestors looked at these things and didn't take them for granted. They were very observing of their surroundings, and they recorded what they observed, you know, for a reason. I'm gonna give you a prime example. This is a prime example, even to those who don't even know exactly what's being depicted here, like I was speaking earlier. This is a cartouche. Now, somebody tell me what meaning would be in this here. Now, they said normally the name of a king or a ruler would be written here. Well, there's nothing here. So what meaning would you bring about here? What could you deduce dealing with Champollion's system? Because they would say this is the letter T. You know, so what is this depicted? You know, then you know, they'll go into this and they'll deal with the side and the neb, and they'll say this is hair. You know, this is two wise, Medjet. You know, that's their methodology. When we see a deeper aspect to it, we see the divinity behind all of these people, places, and things. And all of these things you see here are in creation. That's why we call it the book of creation. Being able to read the book of creation. Now, when we say MEDU Netta, or the language of God, we understand the language of God is not like the language of man, where he need alphabets to express himself. The great God Allah speaks to man, you know, in a silent voice. And he speaks within, and he who hears is still, a still but silent voice. So when you say language of God, sacred carvings, holy engravings, sacred carvings and engravings is different from writing, family. You see? So when we think of these pictures, that's what we have to understand them as. These things were carved in stone. They were never used to communicate linguistically like people try to make you think. You see, they were never meant to be used that way. But this is the system that they come up with, during the Ptolemaic period in Egypt, even extending back to the Alexandrian era as well, where they created these different monuments. And they had the Greeks anyway, they had the native Egyptians, trying to apply pictures to their Greek alphabet. And this is where this stuff started at. And Champollion, pretty much, he didn't even finish developing what he was trying to develop, but he began to deal with those things. So, like I say, they'll tell you a whole lot of stuff. We know, for example, this right here is a symbol of, Ka, sometime Heka, as they would call it, right? And this is Seneb. Some people would call it S. We can see a whole lot of this stuff. W. This is just a determinative here, not an alphabet or what they would say. I'm just showing you how they would depict it. They would say this is a B. This is, to them, they would say this is a M. S again. So, then Neb, they would say. And so we can go into many different aspects on how they demonstrate. But like I say, this is nothing more than a pseudo-hieroglyphic expression just to give light to what they talk about here. So again, we're going to make it plain. Most of us are familiar with Egyptian hieroglyphics. Those symbols stood for words and concepts. Keep that in mind. When you understand that, then you won't be thinking of these as letters. They stood for words and concepts such as immortality, rather than representing individual letters. Hieroglyphics also stood for consonants, and the consonants simply represent a three-letter word, so to speak. You see, a two-letter word, trilaterals and bilaterals, so to speak. You see? And so once you understand that right there, these pictures are still represent people, places, and things. For example, a man would be represented as a person known as Remet, and that's RMT. So that's what they mean when they talk about consonants. But that's still not a single letter. Remet represents an individual. So if we say, okay, in our language, this is man, that don't mean this represents the letter M, because we say it's man and it began with the letter M. You see? So when we go into that special aspect, like they would say, well, this is Nesut Neter. This is what they would say. I'm doing this to show y'all that I can deal with the methodology that they claim they deal with. They would say this is Nesut Neter right here. That's what they would say now. That's what they would say. Commission don't agree with that. That's Champollion demonstration. That's the Greek demonstration. You see? But anyway, in other words, what it really represents, these are consonants, in the way that we break them down. And there's a deeper background behind this, other than just saying this is Nesut and this is Neter. No, what is, the significance of a flag? Because that's what that is. Some people confuse it with being an axe. There is an axe in the Kemetic pictures, but this is a flag. You see? So anyway, it goes on and says, over the centuries, the glyphs were assigned to particular letters. See there? Over the centuries, the glyphs were assigned to particular letters in the English alphabet. Now, by virtue of them saying that, that lets you know that that wasn't the ancient Egyptians that did that. Because it wasn't no English alphabet on the manifest during the time that, the ancestor was dealing with these pictures. And see, what they try to get away with is because the system that they are using now, based upon what Champollion created, being that they have adopted that, they try to deceive you by saying the pictures are older than the hieratic. So how you gonna say, and we already know through sources that we have hieratic is actually older when it comes to dealing with linguistics than the pictorial aspect. Though these pictures were engraved and carved in stone, they wasn't being demonstrated as an alphabet. But just because they have been there since antiquity, people try to pull the wool over your eyes and make you believe, since these pictures existed during that time, they was using them as an alphabet. And that's very disingenuous for somebody to try to do that right there to our people. That means they think that our people dumb enough to go for anything that they say. And just for the sake of saving faith and trying to defend Champollion's methodology, they would tell you, that this right here, is the alphabet. So it's telling you over the centuries, the glyphs were assigned to particular letters in the English alphabet. But this was not a feature of the hieroglyphics originally. Like that right there just this particular portion right here should be enough. And we done read this to our scribes before and before them, but it's good that we back here so we can show it to our people. So what are the points that we mentioned here coming from this particular work? And this ain't the only one. So we ain't depending solely on this source. This is just one of the sources. We just showing you what's being said in here. Listen again. Most of us are familiar with Egyptian hieroglyphics. Those symbols stood for words and concepts. Don't confuse words and concepts with letters. It says such as immortality rather than represent individual letters. This is somebody that know their stuff that's talking like this. And they bold enough to put it in here because Western academia has already tried to make it seem like it's something else. And anytime you go against that, the custom is to attack that individual. Because that individual is being perceived as a threat or making an attack, and they would automatically call, oh, this is pseudo. Because somebody has rose up and said, you know what, that ain't what they said it was. This is what it really is. So it says hieroglyphics also stood for consonants. It says, and was separated by groups of single, double, and triple consonants. We talked about that, trilateral, bilateral, so forth and so on, right? Over the centuries, the glyphs were assigned to particular letters. They call this transcribing hieroglyphics from languages or into other languages. That's what this is called, transcription. So they transcribed, letters into pictures. In the case where the letter A will represent a particular symbol. The letter B will represent a symbol. The C would represent a symbol. The D would represent a symbol. Same way they did with this with the English alphabet. This is the same thing that they did with the Greek. This is the same thing they did with the Coptic. They did it with even Hebrew and all other languages that they were trying to place pictorials on. And they got this concept, from another alphabet that pretty much existed before Champollion created his. And that alphabet is none of that Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. That's where they got the concept, but even Proto-Sinaitic and Proto-Canaanite, which is a pictorial form of what they call ancient Hebrew, even that is called by modern scholars pseudo-hieroglyphs. Though they come from pictures that come from monuments in Kemet, they are not considered the same as that. And in fact, we have showed our people that they are totally different from each other. A lot of the letters of certain symbols, they got 3-4 different meanings based on who produced the symbols. So this is conflict and confusion, and nobody's ever pointed this out until now. So before I move to my next phase, I'm gonna get with my scribes real quick and see what they have to say before we move to the next measure in this particular demonstration. Like I said, we don't want to rush. We want to make sure our people get it. Islam, scribes.
Islam. Oh, go ahead, Mom.
Islam.
You got any answer? You got a Secretary of State?
Islam, having already risen and given praise and honor where due, I just want to say much gratitude to you, Dr. Shahid, for taking the cyclic approach and being able to go through these lessons, with the hammer of repetition, because that's the only way that we're going to make it applicable to the self, and also stressing the fact that we need to not only take notes, but do the research so that we can be what we know. And dealing with words and concepts and the metaphysical aspects, and just breaking it down how Rome would try to paint these particular pictures into individual letters, as opposed to the concepts that our ancient ancestors brought forth. That's indeed a grand drawing. So gratitude more. We appreciate you. And also dealing with, again, how we going from the anaglyphs or the pictorial to the hieroglyphs, excuse me, to the hieratic, demotic, and showing the relationship, of how these moved over time. So gratitude, appreciate it more.
And gratitude, Islamism. Couldn't have said it better, Grand Secretary of the State. Islam. Well, all right. Brother Marvin, that was baby, you were trying to get in there?
Yes, sir. Gratitude.
Gratitude, brother.
Thought that was Bay out of Texas. Praise and honor have been given. Well, I tell you, I mean, it's, I appreciate and commend you on how you're going about bringing these truths to our consciousness. Because I tell you, when we first went into this, this language and understanding how it had been raped, and how our culture had been raped and pillaged and had been turned upside down, backwards, and just that alone had me in a state of, say, just rejecting everything, so to speak. You know what I mean? But through your unceasing efforts of bringing the truth to our people, us, it's sinking in. You know what I mean? It's opening up to me. You know what I mean? That I really, really need to be more humble and take in, because this is for our benefit. You know what I mean? Knowing what has happened, just exactly what happened and what we got to do to correct it. Because this is exactly what happened. You know what I mean? And after hearing it, over and over and over, because you use that hammer repetition to the point that, at least I know the scribes have accepted that, this is what happened. They took the hieroglyphics and called it an alphabet. You know what I mean? And they did everything within their earthly power to turn it to where they can present it as so. And our people not having done any research, our people not knowing that anything had happened, you know what I mean? Because that's all they knew, because that's all we were taught. You know what I mean? Looking at Yehoshua, just the fact looking at Yehoshua as pale skin representation and accepting that and calling him God. All of these things, you know what I mean? It just shows the depth of what these people at the depth of what they went to. You know what I mean? To confound the world. Like the chairman say, a man that could fool the world, you know what I mean? Like this, we have to take note. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I appreciate you doing that. I'm really thankful that we are going back over this. So this time around, you know what I mean? I could be more, say, attentive. You know what I mean? Because it's not such a mystery now. It's not so confounding now. You know what I mean? I could see a method to the madness, so to speak. And I'm just so grateful to be a part of this. And I can reaffirm myself, dedicate myself to getting this down pat. Gratitude, God, man, for allowing me to speak. Islam and peace.
And gratitude and Islamism to you, brother. And just to have, and y'all seen that we got all the different sources, and we're gonna pull out a lot of them right now. We got a couple of sources, and we're gonna touch on them, but like you say, some of our people haven't seen this. Some of them come in right in the middle of us building on what we building on, and they be like, what in the world? Because they going off of the knowledge that they have, but they haven't been shown these things. So everybody that's here now, this time around, by the time we get through with this information, they'll thoroughly understand what we're saying. Because we're showing you now that these things are not individual letters. And they said it here. Over the centuries, the glyphs were assigned to particular letters of the English alphabet. But this was not a feature of the hieroglyphics originally. And this is why I keep asking them guys. I say, show me an alphabet chart that the ancient Egyptians used prior to the one that was created by Champollion. And they can't do it because it don't exist. And I know it don't exist. So that should be enough to make somebody humble themselves and then say, all right, I see what the brother's saying. You're not saying that these pictures are not to be utilized. We are saying that the way that they are utilizing them is flawed in the methodology. We are saying that one should actually be studying these particular things like you would study a specimen, like you would study the DNA, all the way down to the cellular level of your being. They shouldn't be taken for granted and just put in the box of being a letter B, a letter C. No, it should be science that one sees in these symbols. That's what Commission's saying. Because they have metaphysical properties, that also, as we've seen, when we place them in line with the periodic table, we even see formulas of being able to heal. When we look at some of the words that come together and construct them, we're going to get into all that later, but we got to show our people exactly, what these things represent. They are not individual letters. Keep it in mind. These represent people, places, and things. And in understanding this, again, from a spiritual, scientific level, and we're going to say that spiritual, scientific level, then you are studying the nature of creation. In the Grand Quran, it was said that Allah told Adam, to tell the angels the nature, because he said he taught him the nature of everything. He didn't just teach him the names of things, he taught him the nature of these things in creation. Then he told the angels, tell me what these things is, because he said he was going to create a man. And they asked him, was he going to bring somebody in there that was going to make mischief and shed blood? So we know it had to be somebody doing that prior to this man that was going to come forth, because the angels wouldn't ask that question. They only know what they had seen or what they had observed. They didn't know about the unseen, and that's why Allah said, most definitely, I know what you know not. So though the man was there, this particular man that would be a successor, a Khalifa, he would teach him the nature of things. This is where the evolution of the intellect of man begins to take place, as opposed to those prior to that time, hadn't been given that God gene. Let's just put it that way, to that particular degree. They had some intellect, but their intellect hadn't yet evolved, at that particular point. So him placing a Khalifa in the earth, and we know the earth is synonymous with the body. That's Allah himself, spirit, his ru'Allah that he placed in man. This is where his intellect come from, his wisdom, his consciousness. But that's a whole nother measure. So it's there that we can hear the voice of the great God speaking within. If any of us that are here that know what intuition is, it's the ability to foresee or foreshadow certain events before they take place to a certain degree. Some people call them omens. You can have a particular feeling that something is going to go a particular way or something ain't right. This has to do with something that's in us, intuition and telepathy. This is how you are able to listen to the silent voice of God that speak within, i.e. you deal with MEDU. So while we are looking at these symbols that are inscribed on the walls outside of us, what about these symbols inscribed upon the walls within our consciousness? See, this is how deep we get. And you see how that transcends trying to make these symbols just an alphabet, because you appreciate them more and you can see from a deeper aspect. And this ain't something I'm just making up. I'm finna show you in a minute that this was the methodology of the ancients. Because we got to remember, the people who was authority or who would be authority would have to be a scribe. I would take a scribe as an authority before I take somebody else that came and never came through the priesthood. Champollion never went through the priesthood of Kemet. And in fact, when he created his alphabet, he hadn't been to Kemet. When he so-called deciphered the Rosetta Stone, he hadn't been to Kemet. He was going off of monuments that were created. And he didn't even have the original Rosetta Stone at the time. He had copies of these demonstrations. Go ahead, Islam. Do our other scribes want to address that?
Islam, Dr. Dendra Neokur debate. I concur with my scribes who have spoken before me. I tell you, Dr. Shaheed, this is just, I'm just enjoying this because going back, because like you, we've already been over this, and at that time, you know, I understood what we was doing, and but now it seems like it's even more clear now that we're going back over it again. And I've always praised the Lord for that hammer of repetition, because you can never, I can never hear this enough. And what excites me is even before I come into the government, I was familiar with Dr. Walter Williams, and to read his books and stuff, but to be able to have somebody to talk to, though, it's one thing to read it and get understanding of what he was saying, and that was great for me, but to be in these classes and to be in this class with you and you teaching us, giving us the tools, and to be able to ask questions and to be able to go back and forth like we do here. Oh man, it just it just excites me to be going over this, because now I got like-minded people. Back when I was in the conscious movement and stuff, it wasn't that many people that I could talk to who thought like we thought, who was into what we was into. And then after I left the conscious movement and on my path here to the government, and I go back and I listen to the Moors who was talking about their conscious and talking about the things have been deciphered and calling the hieroglyphs alphabets and stuff. And I'm like, who in the world are you? Where did you come from? How can you say that those pictures are alphabets? And it gives me so much joy. Even my sons, especially the one out there in Texas, he running into people. Somebody tried to come and tell him that them pictures was alphabets. Oh man, he went off. He said, I don't know, can't read it, but I can tell you one thing: them pictures are not no alphabets. My mom they studying that right now, and if I don't know nothing else, those are not no alphabets. And it's just a joy, and I just encourage my Moorish kid who out there listening to stand firm. Keep coming, keep listening, do your research like he's telling us. And I got to make sure I got that name of that book which you had up there. Make sure I got that right, but I can always go back to the playback and get it. But this is just awesome for me. It's just like I'm just like a little child in a candy shop. Just don't know which one to eat. Islam, gratitude for letting me share. Peace and love.
And Islam, and gratitude and peace and love for the drawing and what you share, Secretary, Assistant Grand Secretary of the State. We give honors to you for that drawing. And the key is, what they don't understand is that they also hid and concealed the true alphabet, which is the hieratic, which is why a lot of people are dumbfounded right now. And pretty much the whole Egyptology community has abandoned the hieratic. for basically the portion that the European uncreated in their so-called pictorials, and that's all they want to do. And then they use the excuse, well, Egyptian language wasn't meant to be spoke. I ain't even got into the aspect yet of where I'm finna go. That's really finna show enough go down through here. I just want to harp upon this for a moment before we go any further. And then we'll move to the next phase. Is our brother Bati Bay there? Do you have anything you want to bring forth, scribe, before we go forward?
I don't even see him on the panel.
Hold up, let me see if he's sitting in the bike somewhere, because I can't see. There you go, right there. Yeah, okay, brother Bati Bay, pardon self, brother. I can't see. Islam.
No problem. First I'd like to rise, give our man and praise to Allah, understood prophet, understood theocratic government, royal council, flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, swift angels, mufti, citizens, and like understand all the mourners that are here in attendance and the sound of my voice. And one of the things that I like about this is because everybody out here, as you say, big mouthing about what they think they know, shows right here with this that they don't know what they think they know. And one thing when you're looking at the and it kind of it's kind of crazy that you said that when God taught Adam the nature of things, and he asked the angels, what I'm saying? Well, if you know what you think you know, then what are these? And they couldn't answer. We dealing with the same thing right now. You know what I'm saying? These ones think they know, and they can't even really tell you, but they out here fleecing the people. They out here taking their money. And it shows that when you look at one thing that I like about the concept of what I'm looking at, because I don't really know, is that when you look at the nature of something, that means it has the ability to grow. So it's not just what you see. You know what I'm saying? There's a as you're saying, it's a deeper spiritual connection to an expression of something that will help you unlock, you know what I'm saying, a certain concept, a certain ability, or what have you, like the man with the third eye, with the eye above it. To me, I would say, pondering upon the nature of it, that's a man that is enlightened. Because I know in meditation that when you meditate, you're supposed to meditate a foot above your head. So that allows that's speaking to your spiritual body. You know what I'm saying? But that's just what I can piece together. That doesn't make that doesn't make that right, but that doesn't make it wrong neither. And that's what I like about this, because it gives you the ability to really, it starts a person to thinking when you have to look at the nature and not just I'm going to make this fit somewhere and then serve this dish to people and let them take what my definition of something. So, with that, I leave us a comment piece.
Islam. And that's real talk. And I'm going to show you something here. Anybody know the rules of Champollion? If we were to use them rules and try to apply them to this, it wouldn't fit, because if you look at the top of this line, let's just say if we were using Champollion methodology, brother Bati Bay, what would be wrong with this top line according to their methodology? Look close. There's something going on here that would definitely be totally confusing.
It's on top of each other.
Well, not that part. That's close, but it's another thing, and it's right there in front of us. Any scribe can pick up on that. If not,
is it the direction that they're going?
There you go. Yeah. There you go. And what's going on with that direction?
It's read from left to right.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just as read from left to right. Go ahead.
They're not in a pattern.
They got them both going different ways. I mean,
that's what I'm talking about. It's inconsistent. So when I told you this was a pseudo hieroglyphic chart, even though there is too, but I said it was just put here for declaration. So let's look at this here. The way they got it, you couldn't even really begin to read this if we were going according to their methodology.
Right.
Why? Because if you see my cursor right here, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
If
sir.
I were to try to start from here, we wouldn't be able to do that. If I was trying to use it this way and say, well, this looking this way, so I should start from here. Why? Because this right here is blocking the path. It's looking this way.
Mm-hmm.
So how can I start from either one of these spots? It wouldn't be right to start from here, nor could I start from there. And then when I get right here, you know, let's just say if I say I'm gonna break the rule, I'm gonna start from here. Well, looking right in between here, now they done changed the direction again, looking directly at each other.
Mm-hmm.
So you know this is a pseudo hieroglyphic declaration here. This is decoration being put here just to be put here. Now, if I were to go with metaphysics, I wouldn't have to worry about the rules of Champollion. See, look right here. They got one on the knees facing this way. So we know this don't have no meaning to it. And then when we come through here, we find out it's even the same thing here. You couldn't start to read here. Look, they go to serpent facing this way. That's a serpent facing that way. So you can't even break into this to do no reading according to Champollion methodology. You see, it would make sense if one tried to do it. It don't make sense anyway, but it would make sense. You know? And so, it's something else, family. But that measure that you gave, just dealing with the enlightenment, very key, grand man. You know, and we can see that this is, 3 times, immortality, so to speak. The serpent 3 times. We can say, a grand expression of one is dealing with a threefold expression of the enlightenment. And then this is actually a symbol of one's consciousness opening up, and then you have, one being able to ascend as a result of that. You see how I'm able to do this right off the head without needing nothing? That's what Yehoshua was told to do. And you find out what these symbols represent, and then you come forward with that measure. But they take time and study. You got to treat it like a science and don't take anything for granted. This is a sistrum. We already know a sistrum is an instrument, and so forth and so on. So we can go on and on and on with it. But these, we already done established, are not pictorials to be alphabets. They are pictorials that represent people, places, and things. So when we say this ain't something we made up. Like they said, we're going to reiterate this again before we move on. Most of us are familiar with Egyptian hieroglyphics. Those symbols stood for words and concepts, such as immortality, rather than representing individual letters. They didn't represent individual letters. And down here, we find out that they was, over the centuries, they were assigned to particular letters. It says, but this was not a feature of the hieroglyphics originally, meaning the ancient Egyptian didn't demonstrate that way. Now, let's go to a source of academia.
Islam.
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Grand Secretary of State.
Yes, sir. Pardon itself. You know what? When you were speaking about being able to read the pseudo hieroglyphs, I tell you, a thought came to me in reference to the same way how you had going in 2 different directions, making it impossible from a Champollion standpoint to be able to read this. But yet, when we look at it from a metaphysical aspect, it comes to us, through revelation. The same thought came to me in reference to how the Europeans indoctrinated our people in such a manner as to implode on themselves when it comes down to violence, hatred, kill, whatever, but they can't override that God spirit within us. So it ascends, beyond what was trying to be force fed into us as a people, in a state of mental slavery.
Islam. And also dealing with that direction too. We actually have some we demonstrated in the past, if y'all can remember, what we showed on the Ptolemaic temples, where they had some symbols just like this. They was going in both different directions. You know what I mean? And so this is actually on the walls of the monuments that were created by the Ptolemies, would let you know that they had no real meaning behind. I'm gonna see real quick, can I pull that up before we move ahead And because I did have a lot of that stuff in here, I'm gonna see real quick. I may have had it in this one. If not this one, it's another drawing. Because I actually plan on utilizing all of these measures here. I know which one I know what it is. It's actually over here. It's actually in here. Where we at? I got a couple of these demonstrations I had brought up here. Take my time because I don't want Rome to try to freeze me up or nothing as I'm going through this here. Where you at? Where you at? All right. Okay, I think we almost there right now. Okay, that's one aspect. I think it may even be in this one here. Let's look. If not, I know the other one I got too. Okay, this is the Rosetta Stone hoax. No, it wasn't this one. Let me close this out. Okay, it's another one here. I got a couple of PDFs. That's why I'm glad I kept them. Okay, here we go. Not the origin of the languages. Okay. Okay, I'm looking for the letter R. A little bit more up here. Okay, was it this one right here? Let me see. Okay, I think it may be in here. It may be in this one here. I know this is definitely one of my main measures here. It ain't this one. I got another. Let's see here. Not that one. Hold up. I'm gonna close that out real quick. I may end up going back into that one right there. Let's see here. I just seen that thing earlier. Let's see here. Not that one. Okay, not that one there. Okay, not that one, not that one. A lot of time I be passing right by that stuff. Okay, not that one there. Let's see here. Not that one, not that one. Okay, not that one. Take my time. Okay, not that one, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one, not that one. Let me see. Was it this one? Okay, I think it may be in this one. Or is this the one? Let me see. What's this one? Okay. Not that particular one there. Let's see. Here it is right here. You see it, family?
That's on.
Islam. Look at that. See the direction they facing? Now look at this direction. See they looking at each other again?
Right.
See right here, they have two facing each other right here.
Mm-hmm.
See they have one facing this way, one facing that way. And if you was going to read this thing, it's supposed to read in one direction according to their methodology, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we can see the same thing going on up here. You know, that's one. Let me see. It was another up here too, I think, that they had. It was a few of them I had where they had it. And this is in the Ptolemaic era. when they came forth and created, there it go again right there. You see it right there?
Yes,
One
sir.
facing that direction, one facing that direction.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? At the
Now that's
end,
the pseudo.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. And they put this stuff up here like this.
Mm.
Because you know they remodded the wall. That's how they was able to put themselves into the equation. You
That's
see?
right.
And there's a whole bunch like that. I got some stuff from the Ptolemaic era where they got like 1 million crocodiles look like going up on one particular demonstration. And you can tell what they was actually practicing. And I'm trying to pull that one up because I do have another expression. And let me see if I can find that last. That was one actually in that one right there too. But I got it up here. I seen it. I know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to pull it up here. It's up here too. I'm just looking too fast. One more I want to open up. Here it go right here. This is the one right here. I think it got it in there. That got that extra stuff in there. So this is one when I went to telling y'all about there you go. Wrong, done shit it down. That's all right though. I can open it back up. You know, I'm glad it didn't shut the whole computer now. Okay, it'll let me go in. What it is, yeah, that's what I think when I got a whole lot of windows open. I think that right now, at least until I go on ahead and get more. I thought I had bought some more memory, but I didn't buy the memory for the right thing. I bought it for the wrong thing. So I'm gonna show you down here. I think it's in this one that I have. This is like the complete form. You can even see that they was venerating Sebek, the crocodile. You know, in this particular picture, you can see that here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that ain't something that our ancestors demonstrated. They didn't venerate the crocodile. That came with the Hyksos. That was the Hyksos demonstration. And adopted later. Let's see here. Is this the one that I had that extra stuff in? Did they have it in here? Let me go back up. Make sure I didn't pass nothing up. But what it is, it's an actual monument. And I'll probably be able to find it. Here it go, right here. Look at this. Now you tell me what meaning you gonna find out of the repeating the same thing over and over.
Gracious.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
What's the meaning of that to some of these so-called Kemetic scribes? Somebody decipher that for me. Because I ain't seen our ancestors being redundant like that. Now, we use the hammer of repetition. I tell you who that is now. You know, that's what they would call Minerva. They call it the Black Bull. You know what I mean? That's what that is. But, I mean, why are you going to keep putting that up there over and over and over and over and over and over again? Like, what's the meaning behind that? What is there that can be taught about that, you know, that you can learn a lesson from seeing them do that over and over and over and blow this up right here and make it. And then they tried to change it up a little bit here. Look like a boat right here. Look like the reed leaf. Can't see it that good. But that still don't make no sense. I don't care what system you use. I mean,
like they're trying to make wallpaper.
That's what I'm trying to say. Now, and now what we could do, we can give a metaphysical breakdown, you know, behind what the bull represents. You see what I'm saying? So which methodology is a working methodology at that point? You see, and I keep telling our people, they don't see this stuff right here that these people did. Look at this. These people were not playing now. And this, if I was to interpret this would be symbolic to me. Look like white supremacy.
Boom. Drop
the
yes. Woo.
That's terrible right there.
Yes.
Crazy. I didn't even think of this right here when I used this. Look at this Egyptian Greco-Roman period. You know, and I done showed y'all all this stuff. You know what I mean? Come on now. Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me.
Stop the madness.
That's what I'm trying to say. And they think I'm crazy when I tell them that the Ptolemies went in there and Greek mixed
Mm.
everything. Look at that. This is the Alexandrian Sphinx. Right here. See? Look at that. Look at it. A day in the life of the priest. Look at the priest over here. Let me blow this up. Do y'all see what's going on here?
Yes,
And
sir.
he got Panther shroud on him. Get that kick sauce up out of there. What's wrong with them?
Woo.
Gracious. And they showing you the excavation and the remixing of the temple right there. So yeah, all this is Ptolemaic stuff. People going over there like it belongs to us. No. And then when you look at this, it's obvious what they done did. They think we be making this up. Do that look like your ancestors, people?
No.
No.
Over there.
On the nose, no.
That look like Zach.
Head to the nose.
How come they didn't shoot that nose off?
I know, right?
Yeah, why did they shoot that nose off? And this
That's
is
the
over there.
crime. That is the crime. Okay.
This is over there. And they think that Commission made it up. Here's Arsenal of Philadelphia. Remember we went through all them names? In the Rosetta Stone breakdown, and we found who all these people was and seeing that they were all skin Romans. Look at that. Here you go again. Looking like a zombie. Yeah. They wanted to be you. This is the prime example of See that? Who that is? What that say at the bottom?
Ptolemy.
Whooping butt and taking names. What they did. And this place, Teptinus, y'all know this is where they got the concept of the alphabet from. Remember that? When they I was showing y'all the Gardenia sign list. Teptinus. Look at that. Same period. Now look, here we go. Right here. Base inscribed for Ptolemy. And this is what they was doing. Whatever he wanted to inscribe his name on, they put it on. That's their so-called Greek alphabet right there, which we know really come from Hecopter.
Is that bottom one a masonry sign right there?
Masons took signs from a lot of this stuff.
You see the bottom line all the way, the fifth one from the right?
Yeah, they took signs from a lot of this stuff. Yeah, you talking about the square.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yep.
Yeah, right there, square in the compass. They took a lot of signs from stuff like this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we caught them in the act in most cases. Look at here. See all this repetition right up here? What is there really to be said here? What is this really saying here? Nothing. All they did is took, I'm going to tell you what they did, family. They had stampings, because that's how the Egyptians did it. They didn't carve this in this particular way, even though they say sacred carved, sacred engraved. They had stampings. Like if you were to take some dough, some cookie dough, and you had a particular stamping to where you can stamp these cookies to be the way you want them to be, whatever shape. This is what our ancestors did when it come to dealing with, putting things in stone. So they had people to come, and this is just their core. Things that they seen that was on authentic monuments, they would have them do and decorate around and then put Ptolemy in there under their new system that they created to make it seem like they was the deity. You see, and this is why people think that they got it going on right now. So all they were doing is stamping this stuff in wet mud, family, and let it dry, and it dries like this. They didn't go carving all this. It would take forever for them to be carving this type of stuff. That's all they did. They had stampings, and they stamped these things in wet mud, and they dried like this. Just as if you seen somebody, I know we were young and they do construction work, they would pour some concrete. We would go write our name in the concrete. We get up in age, that demonstration still there for years to come. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah. And so when you come here, it's the same thing. A lot of this is decor. We know these are Ptolemy people. They done went and put the crown of, Kemet on their head. This is what the European has done. And a lot of that is crazy because that's what's going on right now. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at that.
This is the original cosplay right here.
Yeah, this is the original cosplay. This is, remixing of the Temple of Dendra right here.
Mm.
The original dendritic complex, but they done went and remixed it. You know, we got all this information in. So you got to know this. Like all these are temples that are Ptolemaic temples. So people think they visiting Kemet and they looking at Kemet and they really looking at the Ptolemaic temples. You know what I mean? And I show our people this all the time. And once you understand that right there, as ancient as this look, let us blow it up and see who it really is. Ptolemy.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See the direction here? Look at the direction over here. Looking this way, one of them looking left, one looking toward the right, one looking east, one looking west, huh? So, man, we got to get it together. That's all I'm going to say.
Do the majority of the Egyptians today know this? I know that Mustafa Gondola is putting the record straight, you know, through his books. Do the majority of them know this?
No, the majority believe the Egyptians wasn't black, as they call it. They use the term black, but they believe they wasn't melanated. They was the Arabs. The Arabs say they're the original Egyptians. So that's the argument going on now. They ignorant of the history too.
Okay.
You know, some of them know their history, but some of them, most of them don't. You know, so like it definitely, this is showing you the time that they went in there and did everything they did and everybody that ruled during that time period. So like that there should be the end all and be all. So now that we got this understood and we see what's going on over there now, that right there should be enough. When you understand what stolen legacy is and what GM James was talking about, you know, it all makes sense when you go into that aspect right there. Now watch this, because I want to go here. I want to go outside of the book that I had, and I'm going to go into Western academia, because this is a good source right here that I just showed y'all, and we're going to go into the other ones too that I have up here as well, you know, dealing with certain aspects of the drawing. But I want to show you this before I move ahead while we own it. You know, and this is from Chicago University. And y'all always see we got this right here in our possession. Okay, let me do this here. I want to read it. I'm gonna just go ahead and download it. Hold up, wait a minute. I got a copy up here already open though. Let me see. I'm gonna go back this way here. Yeah, right there. That way I ain't got the I'm gonna restore this because I actually had some more things up there I wanted to go into. And let's see. Okay, there we go there. Okay, yeah. And this is gonna be family. Y'all got this. Hold up, let me refresh it. See if it pull it up. There we go. Okay, now go back here, refresh it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're going to page. Come on now. Stop acting crazy. Okay, there we go. So we're going to page 27. And this is coming from family. For those who don't know, this is edited by Forrest Scaff. This is actually from Chicago University. This is the authority. This is academia now. The Book of the Dead. This is the Book of the Dead, Western academia. Hold up. Let me scroll it down for this thing. Try to time out on me again. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go here. Okay, here we go. We'll just do it by hand. Okay, here we go right here. Now, I want y'all to listen to this. Listen to what they said. This is Chicago University. Hold up, let me open it up again. It should still be on the same page. This is from University of Chicago. Yeah, I'm gonna try to stretch it again. Hopefully it don't. It's still timing out. I'm gonna just probably have to scroll it up. It seems like every time I stretch it out, this joker trying to. We'll just do this here then. Okay, it says, when all the above is taken into consideration, it is clear that answering the question, what is the Book of the Dead? It says very different from asking the question, what was the Book of the Dead? In many ways, the Book of the Dead is a modern construction of our imagination. Automatically from right there, that right there lets you know this is from Western academia now, dealing with Egyptology. This is a whole group of Egyptologists, like about 20, 30 of them that compile this information, the ones that most people respect right now. They said it's a modern construction of our imagination. So that automatically lets you know where he's going right there. He said, our conceptions are dictated by the way we categorize the text, how we privilege particular formats, papyri, what we see as the ultimate purpose, and even what name we give to the ancient compositions. See, Mustafa Gadala touch on a lot of this. Like, he'll tell you the Egyptians didn't call these things the book of this, the book of that, the funerary text, the ritual of this, the hymn of that. They would be like, what is that? If you was telling them that's what the name of their text was, because they didn't use that terminology. It says, in most of these cases, our conceptual apparatus for discussing, right? Check them out, right? For discussing and understanding this material is radically different than that of the ancient Egyptians themselves. In some ways, this is inevitable, but it is important to keep in mind the different perspectives. Our modern concepts can help us articulate our advances in interpretation, but they can also mislead us into misinterpretations, applying intentions, messages, or conclusions that never existed in the ancient mind. You see? So they're wise enough to know. Family, that these things that have been created, and what they're trying to depict as being this or depict as being that, that ain't what was in the mind of the ancient Egyptians. See? He said our understanding of this material is radically different than that of the ancient Egyptians themselves. You got to give honors to people that's honest like that right there. You can trust their information with that type of honesty, right? They ain't trying to hide it and make it seem like, the ancient Egyptians said something they didn't say. They telling you that, again, in some ways it's inevitable. Because when you wasn't back there, you can't say definitively, so to speak, unless you have something that actually points out, this drawing. Like when I say, for example, the ancient Egyptians didn't have no alphabet. I can say that based on the aspect, I'm talking about based on these pictorials. I can say that based on the fact that we have not found one that's on the manifest, and that their methodology was created off the Rosetta Stone. So I don't need anything outside of that, because we know the Rosetta Stone was created by the Ptolemies. So when we say that the system they using is Ptolemaic, one would have to accept that as the truth. Not because I said it, but because that's the reality of the matter. You see what I'm saying? So before I move ahead on this right here, I'm going to call forth my scribes and see what they have to say about that. Islam scribe. So we just showed them the book. Now we're showing them what Western academia said. That's two different sources telling the people that what they thinking about now and what they demonstrate now wasn't demonstrated by the ancient Egyptians. Islam. Go ahead, brother.
Islam. And this just shows, that say one truth don't contradict another. So they telling the truth about them making things up. And so if we're looking at it as it should be, at least they're, like you said, at least they're honest enough to put that it's just their rendition. They're taking, saying they're just putting what they think is because they weren't back then. That's about as truthful as you can get with it. You can't make it no more plainer than that. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that they still would come with all this pseudo information to try to even back their stance up, and then you're teaching classes, people going to school for hundreds of thousands of dollars to get this mixed up information. That's kind of crazy. Ultimately paying for your own demise. Islam.
Islam. That's right. Because they got to still stay in line with what Western academia said to a degree. You know, while at the same time, the reason they're doing that because the people inquisitive, this is the age of information, and they know they're going to find it out anyway. You know what I mean? And so in this book here, this is where you have all the hieratic papyri, you know, that you can find in here. They got thousands of it. They showing you that too, right down here. Telling you that the Book of the Dead, look at all that. I showed y'all this before. You know, look at all this different hieratic papyri. It's going to keep timing me out here, huh? But anyway, I showed y'all this before, and they got 100 pieces of this stuff here. Look at this. Everybody Egyptology, but no. See the decoration that's being used in the pictures and symbols, the decor, and they go to hieratic. That's the text. That's what's being said right there. You know, this is the actual books, and all them books that's showing pictorials that they have and different pictures. You know, all that is was created later. Look at that.
Islam.
Can you hear me, Goddess?
I can now. Yes, Dr. Shahif, what you showing us, what get me is you showing us, and they're admitting, you know, that they added, you know, they put their interpretation on it and everything. But what gets me is even when you show it to our people, they still, even though they telling you what they did, but our people say, well, oh no, that ain't what they meant. They didn't mean it that way. They still won't accept the truth.
That's what I'm telling you. It's because they in love with Champollion's methodology.
Yes, I'm like, but he telling you what he did. He telling you all this, but yet they'll even tell him, oh, you lying. You ain't telling the truth now. And he telling you what. I don't get it.
Wouldn't it make them mad that they don't know the methodology of how to read this that I'm showing right now?
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't it upset them that they can't read this?
Right.
How you gonna be a whole Egyptologist and you don't know nothing about this stuff here? You ain't even never been taught this, but right. You calling yourself a priest. Look at that. Look at all this hieratic papyri right here. I done showed about 15, 16 pages already, full of hieratic. You can't say them hieroglyphics. You cannot say them hieroglyphics right there.
Right.
Look at that. Come on, man. Stop the madness. Look at this.
But see, that's where vanity and ego comes in. That keeps a mind closed, where even if the truth appears to them, and no matter, and usually when Rome says it, then, you know, our people in an unconscious state will gravitate to it. But, you know, it just depends on the character and who Allah decides to open up the mindset, you know, because, and I give honor to you bringing that website forth, coming from our Japanese brother that's actually giving us tools to make it easier to be able to go back in and decipher these things, you know. So like you said, the truth is on the manifest. Mm-hmm. So I guess now is a good time to be able to say, you know what, these methodologies coming from Ptolemy or Champollion and what have you, that's not actually what was coming out of ancient Kemet, you know, Islam.
And they're going to have somebody that come out and say what I'm saying, watch.
Yeah.
And when they do it on a mass scale, that's when they're going to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
And when our library gets up and running.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. And like the goddess was saying, it depends on that ego, because if I'm out there charging people and making them pay me for all this information, and then here we come back debunking everything that they're saying and stuff, quite naturally they are not going to accept the truth. They gonna try to hold on to that lie that they perpetrating. They gonna hold on to that to the end, because they know when the truth, just like in Christianity, when I was in Christianity, a lot of ministers and things knew that Jesus wasn't real. They knew that, but they didn't want to lose that big following they had. I mean, they had thousands up on that. They were riding around in big jets and stuff. No, they weren't gonna stand up there and tell you it wasn't no J's. J's didn't come in. His name wasn't Jesus. They weren't gonna stand up there and tell you that, because they would lose all of that if they did. And so, quite natural, like the God is saying, is the ego, and they don't want to admit that they've been lying. They've been lying to our people. But that's all right. The truth is being revealed. We telling it, and yeah. It's I mean the truth. It's here. The prophet said he'd take the cover off all of it,
and rather pay the thousands of dollars as opposed to getting it for free. If it's free, it ain't no value, ain't worth nothing. Really?
Right. You can just come here and listen to us. We ain't charging you nothing. Just take a little bit of your time. And even if you ain't got time, you can go back and listen to the playback and play it over and over and over and over.
It's so bad. A lot of this information we putting out here ain't been seen. So a lot of people jealous that we bringing this information. I had a situation where I was on there demonstrating on Sultanate channel. He had called me on there the other day, after we had spoke. And we had a brother supposed to be a Moor. Y'all know who I'm talking about, Lord Abba. This particular one been attacking the government for the longest. So he see me do my presentation, and he coming in talking about, man, this brother done took my stuff out of my book. I ain't never read this brother's book. But he get up there and say that, and the people like Lord Abba got an ego problem. And this brother say everything I presented come from his book. What it was, he was trying to take claim over my demonstration. And
right in your face.
Yeah. I told him, I like, brother, I've been doing this 30 years and you ain't even been in the movement longer than me. I remember when you first came in here, because you came out as a new Wabian and 5%. I was already Moorish. And then when I scanned through your other book, you was in there guessing. Talking about they say prophet no. And I even criticized him when I made a video about him on that. I got it on my page when he was attacking the government. I said, this one talking about he followed the prophet, but he guessing. Talking about they say the prophet said this. It's assumed the prophet said that. How you going to write a book about Noble Drew Ali being a Moor and you saying they said? No, you supposed to say the prophet said.
Yes,
that's right.
So that let me know then. I said it in the video. I said, this brother is not rooted in the prophet's teachings. Because he wouldn't be saying they said, or it's assumed. He has doubt in him. And it wasn't long after that he left the movement. You see what I'm saying? Because he was doubting already. So, but he came up there, after a whole measure, didn't address nothing I said. And I was looking for somebody to come behind me, but this guy came in here, and I don't like it, sir. He just took in my whole measure. And I when I said that, basically, brother, why you can't understand that it only so much information out here. Perhaps we ran across the same information. That should be a good thing. To confirm what you have and what I have, but don't get in the ego. The people seen it though. A brother called me up the other day, like, man, I never seen it, because he used to study up under the brother. He said, man, the brother jealous of you, man. And I hate to say it, he's hating on you. I don't understand why he made himself look bad. But I didn't feed into that nonsense to go back and forth, because I was trying to show our people who the Syria people was and who the Moors was, and I did that successfully. But, that's how people is. Like you said, they feel it's a threat. And, he's still trying to sell his book, though he done broke off from the Moorish movement. And so that's the thing. You're right. People fleecing our people, trying to use that information, and enslave them, and get what they can off of it. And I became a catalyst to a lot of these people. And that's why a lot of them come at me the way they do. We had a brother from Africa who I supposed to actually be having a discussion with coming up. He come in there. You said the word Ra. What did he say? You say the word Ra and Nur come from it, twisting all my words up, basically. And trying to just cause a point of contention. They do everything but address the information. So and like I say, a lot of people they was in there saying, man, this brother is annoying. That's what a lot of the comments saying. This brother, they was speaking of the brother. Because I'm here answering this question, but he tried to cut me off. And so, like, you have to look at these people. They got agendas,
That's
and
right.
They're trying to keep the light hidden. And so I got them coming from all corners. But at this time, they used to be able to come in there and just do all they do, because at the time, okay, we're going to let you move how you move. Now, when they get out there, I get them where they show off at. I'm already ready. Okay, you coming in here like, okay, we finna spank you real quick right here. You know, and we ain't got to do no hooping and hollering just with the information. And they can't deal with the information. But unfortunately, we got to literally fight to teach our people. Ain't that something? We literally got to fight to teach our people from our own people who are in opposition to us. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is.
It's
Yeah.
very sad. Yeah.
Yeah.
There ain't now a European attacked me yet.
Yeah.
I ain't had not one European comment on there one of my videos or come up there and attack anything that I done said.
No, because they're gonna prove you. They're gonna say you did it right. They gonna confirm it.
Some of them already done said it.
And
For a scaff, the one that actually helped compile this paper. I got some of his clippings up there. He the one that, remember I running the history where the dude was talking about the Rosetta Stone coming from, being a decree.
Yeah.
That was for a scaff. This guy that wrote this. Him, and it's a whole bunch of them. Look at how many people on this particular demonstration right here. Watch this. Hold up. I'm gonna have to move it with the arrow, because every time I stick my hand on the screen, for some reason it don't like that. So I'm gonna show y'all here. Look at all these people right here that's involved. Hold up. Open it back up again and scroll it on. I'm gonna close some of these things out too. Matter of fact, I'm gonna close this one out right here, and then we'll see if it give us a little more leeway. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Okay, we're gonna scroll it a little bit more. And I'm gonna get to these other portions in here I got. Okay, just stop it here and there. And then it'll probably let me go a little further. Okay, let's see here. Okay. For some reason it don't want to let me go down there to that page that I'm trying to get to. Okay, let me let it sit for a second. All I'm trying to do is get to the page where it has all the scholars on here. Well, hold up. I can do it by scrolling it there. And it got everybody's name in there that's involved. So there they go right there. These are all the people that's involved and their credentials who compiled this. But they'll tell you, after me showing them all this stuff right here, them saying this and what they said, they'll say, you ain't showed no source. You can give them an academic source and they'll still say you didn't show them no source, So it's crazy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back over here and get back into these other portions right here. I want to show our family something. The petroglyphs that you see right here. This is some of the earliest styles of pictorial, styles of expression before they became. And this is how the Kemites was demonstrated, back in the day. These were petroglyphs. This is how they look. But they would tell you that these were not to be understood as no written language. These are the precursors, so to speak, to the symbols that were created. And they didn't have all the, you can see a lot of these are definitely symbols that were taken later from the hieroglyphic standpoint, as time evolved.
Islam?
He'll be back in after he dropped off. Islam.
Islam gratitude. He said he's about to come back in a minute.
Islam. Say that again, Godman.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Say it again, Mo.
Yeah, I just talked with him on the phone. He said, yeah, he was just talking. Yeah, he said he's coming back in now.
Yeah, because I sent him a text. I said he might
Yeah,
not
I had
know.
tried to
He's
call
gonna
him
be
too.
teaching.
Yeah, I had tried to call him too.
Yeah.
Voicemail, so you must be talking to him when I was calling him.
Mm-hmm.
Islam. He'll be back in there in a minute. You know how wrong is. We get to putting this truth out, man. They try to
Of
shut
course.
us down. They
That's
don't
right.
they don't like us.
Of course
But
not.
it's all right. Allah lead know the victory is assured. We got the
That's
victory
right.
in this
They ain't
place.
got it yet.
Yes, right. You can't enslave a God.
That's right.
That's right.
Mhm.
They already seeing what truth's doing to the rest of the society, so they trying to slow it down.
Okay.
Islam, can y'all hear me more, Skin?
Islam.
We did not.
We can hear you now.
You was on for a minute there. That
Yeah, I was over here going in.
I said,
I was
what?
over here talking to
Let me
myself.
send a text.
I was calling.
Yeah, I looked back. I looked back and I seen the text, and some say, "Look at your text." And then I seen, I said, "That's the Grand Secretary of State." Then Marvin Edwards Bay was calling me by that time.
And I was too.
Yeah.
So praise be to Allah. But what we gonna do? Cause I had a lot of stuff open. I'm gonna just keep them other windows closed and keep it here. I see our family say got YouTube smoking. Yeah, Rome trying to keep that demonstration from coming out, ain't it? So where did I leave off, family? Did I leave off on this picture right here?
Yes, at the petroglyphs.
Yes.
Did y'all hear me building anything on the ideograms?
Nothing.
No.
Petroglyphs was the last thing.
Yeah, that picture. Yeah, that other picture was the last thing we
Okay,
saw.
so yeah, this is what I was going into. I was going into showing these pictures. That's why y'all didn't respond when I said that I asked the question, about these ideograms. Just looking at these ideograms, you can tell what's being demonstrated here, right?
Yes.
This is somebody wrestling, somebody fishing, somebody playing tennis, somebody playing soccer or kickball or whatever, swimming. I mean, we don't need no alphabet to say what's being done here, right?
Right.
We can see somebody fencing right here, but we wouldn't say that represent the letter F because it starts, in the word fencing.
That's right.
And so when we come here, it says ideograms for each of the events of the Olympic Games are recognizable not because of the print picture itself, but because of the association with the sports event. If we see a picture of a swimmer, we know it has to do with swimming, but we don't know what exactly it has to do with swimming, basically, right? Similarly, a symbol of an archer gives us the idea of someone shooting a bow and an arrow, but it only means the archery events when used in the connotation of the Olympic Games. You don't know what they were shooting at, you know what I mean? So it says above are some of the most popular ideograms from the 2016 Rio Summer Olympic Games. The word ideograph has a meaning in spoken language as well. An ideograph is a made-up word that is used to represent broad concepts, but has no meaning in the real world. Examples are political businesses, buzzwords such as terms as fake news, exit strategy, FaceTime, and alternative facts. Bandit, it says about as though they actually mean something when in fact it says they are simply rhetoric or jargon spoken to make the user seem smart. Sound like Champollion hieroglyphics to me. But anyway, a number of written languages are considered to be ideographic. Linguistics prefer to use the term logographic. This is another term you hear when you see them speaking on hieroglyphs. It says when discussion languages such as Chinese and Egyptian, because the symbols often represent whole words. Remember, we were just saying that, or concepts. So that's what makes it a logographic measure. It says as ideographics do, but they are a part of an actual written language. Not in the extent of dealing with we coming with this alphabet letter, but simply what these things represent. If you put them beside each other, you can come up, with a breakdown like we were showing you earlier. We did this too. We gave an example on this where we use straight logographics, ideogram. We used them and we put together our particular measure of what was being said. It says we'll explore this concept further in chapter 9, language ideograms. It says ubiquitous. It says a global economy would ubiquitous, pardon self. It says would be impossible without barrier-free ways to communicate. Imagine the difficulties of day-to-day life if every idea we thought and every concept we tried to share required that we spell out that idea over in a whole 100 different languages. Chaos would ensue. Symbols like these not only convey generally universal concepts, but also save time and space and materials for getting the message across. You know, so when we look at it from this aspect, that's how they want to depict the concept when you deal with hieroglyphics. Now let's go here. Pictograph, very important. Egyptian, and they're going to reiterate something here. It says Egyptian hieroglyphics for the goddess Seshat, left, and the god Horus, right. It says pictogram, a pictograph. A pictograph is a pictorial symbol for a word or phrase. It didn't say letter or alphabet, did it? It said a word or a phrase. Pictograms comprise some of the earliest forms of written language. It says Egyptian hieroglyphics have been found to date back to 3000 BCE. Note that the Egyptian writings are referred to as hieroglyphics. It said these writings are glyphs in that each symbol represents a word or concept that is depicted by the glyph. Words, the words and the glyph in the pictogram are sometimes used interchangeably. The two white symbols in this sample, hold up. It says symbols in this sample to the left represent Seshat, left, and goddess of right, and measurement, Horus, right, the god of the sky. In many pictographic languages, symbols can be combined to make different words or ideas. In this example from Japanese calligraphy, Happy New Year, Japanese, right? And this is basically similar to like hieratic is, like I said before. The two symbols for beginning, gan, and morning, tan, combine the Japanese word Happy New Year. It wasn't a letter per symbol. These are words per symbol. So it says, although glyphs are pictograms, it says, but pictograms are not necessarily glyphs. The I Ching, the Chinese book of divination, I got a copy of the I Ching up there, associated with Confucianism, uses 8 trigrams, characters made up of 3 lines, and 64 hexagrams, characters made up of 6 lines. Below shows a set of 8 hexagrams, which are glyphs and pictograms at the same time. You know, so we're dealing with, again, words and concepts, family. You know, ideograms, pictograms, and here's another measure here dealing with ideograms and ideographs where they explain even more. And look at this. These are considered ideographs, or ideograms here. These patches, you know, that deal with the ranks upon the shoulder of the soldiers in different brigades or whatever you want to call it. It says an ideogram, also called an ideograph, is a written character symbolizing the idea of a thing without indicating the sounds used to say it. You see? So this is giving you more background on the ideograph and ideogram, letting you know that this is, you know, not even dealing with spoken languages, but signs and symbols for conscious mind and men and women of understanding. So it's not what's to be sound out, but what's meant to be taken. Ideograph, ideograph. It says examples includes numerals, so numbers can be ideographs. It says in Chinese character, the word ideograph comes from the Greek word idea and graph, which is an instrument used for writing. So it's really an idea being expressed. And if they use it as an instrument for writing, these ain't letters, are they? These are ideographs right here. Are these letters? No. But they represent something. When somebody said, oh, this is Sergeant First Class, this is Master Sergeant, this is First Sergeant. And so this is the same way we would deal with it from a comedic standpoint if these was hieroglyphics. A hieroglyphic would represent a particular person, place, or thing by name. You know, if we wanted to, we can make these right here say a sentence. Corporal, specialist, you know, sergeant, private ET, private first class, staff, or sergeant. I'm just putting it in that way. You know, but that doesn't make these individual letters. So there's an idea that's being depicted behind what's being said. And if you were to look at hieroglyphics the same way, then you would get it. So they like Commission. Well, how your name is Commission then? Because the root of the name KMT represent a place known as Kemet. It ain't got nothing to do with, Commission being what it is, because the word Commission you ain't gonna find in no Egyptian dictionary. The TIAN is what we add on, dealing with the Western way of speaking, the way we talk, which would make this be a particular people, so to speak, that you represent. So anyway, it says numerals are likely the most commonly used ideograms in the world. So a lot of people don't know even numbers. You see the symbol for the number 1, but it's spelled O-N-E. 1 is not spelled with the letter A because it corresponds with the letter A. You see 2 and you see T-W-O. But the 2 symbol, we know what it looked like. Same thing with 3. 3 has a 3 symbol. But then T-H-R-E-E, that's 3. And so it's the same way if you were looking at the hieroglyphics and you look at the different consonantal or the consonant part and self breakdowns of each one, dealing with trilaterals, bilaterals, and so forth and so on. So, this is basically the grand drawing in regards to dealing with these measures, family. Then it goes on to say, even if the actual word of each number is different in the language, uno, Spanish, in, German, un, French, iti, Japanese, this sign has no words. Through its use of symbols, it tells us that no swimwear is allowed on the premises. The symbol shown above is not dependent on the individual understanding of a particular language, unlike a sign, it says that reads no swimwear allowed in English. So individuals can still understand it no matter what language they speak. The swimwear is an easily recognized icon, especially in the setting where such attire is common. And so just as we are able to look at stop signs, and it's hundreds of them, but if we see them on the road, even though we didn't remember all of this stuff when we took driver tests, in most cases, we'll be able to figure out what's being said because of the way it's depicted. So when you look at the ancient Kemites or the Egyptians and dealing with their language, they would know exactly what these symbols represented to them because they were immersed in the meanings of what they had. Problem with us, we're trying to figure out what they meant, just like they would be trying to figure out what these symbols represent. Some of them they'll probably pick up on, because of the way that they look, but it's just like that. Stop signs, emojis. Somebody can send you an emoji. You may not know exactly what it is, but you can figure it out. So they represent concepts and ideas. You see an emoji with tears coming out, that's somebody sad. You see one smiling, that's somebody happy. You see what I'm saying? You see it with certain other elements added on, it means certain other things, depending on the way they express it. Here's another measure dealing with glyphs. It's important that we know this. It says a glyph is a hieroglyphic symbol or character. See, a lot of people think hieroglyphics, when you hear that, they think straight about Egypt, but really hieroglyphic is a terminology that can be applied to any pictograph, even outside of Egypt. A glyph is typically a vector or line drawing that shows a picture that has meaning other than what it directly represents. These glyphs, for example, are actually just lines and triangles. It says, but here they represent different metaphysical states by combining the shapes and the symbols that have been adopted and recognized by the group or groups that utilize them most. Glyphs are frequently abstract, and their meanings must be determined by research or gaining access to the knowledge of the group that determined them, which is what we must do to deal with, MEDU. You got to contemplate. This is what we are taught in our Moorish Holy Quran. Yahushua wasn't given no dictionary. He was taught to think upon the meaning of what those symbols and hieroglyphics represented. It says alchemy, religion, and business make frequent use of glyphs. Whole books have been written on symbols of alchemy alone. It says current research indicates that there are nearly 5,000 known glyphs for alchemy. So there are many different types, and these are some of the different glyphs that they're talking about in dealing with metaphysics. See, lines and triangles from these glyphs that represent metaphysical states. And they're showing the metaphysics by the symbols. You see? So when we go into dealing with the hieroglyphics, we can see them in the same way. Metaphysics. But we have to go into it and study, just like it said, right here. Just like it stated. It said glyphs are frequently abstract, and their meaning must be determined by research or by gaining access to the knowledge of the group that determined them. You know, that's what you got to do. So we got to figure out, well, who was the group that determined them? Where they got this concept from? And like I said, prior to your boy Champollion, it was understood that these things were meant to be metaphysic. How do we know it? Because we have one of the last Egyptian priests that said so. And who is that Egyptian priest? None other than our guy, Horapollo. It was Horapollo. Let me see. I got to open this up now and hit restore because I already had this stuff trying to open it up. So yeah, other than that, and that's why we can say the methodology of Champollion is flawed, but we can also show you how the methodology that we speaking of actually came from the last Egyptian. How do we know this? Watch this. I'm trying to pull it up right now. Let's see. Horapollo. Horapollo is the last Egyptian. Combination of his name mean Horus and Apollo. You know, and you can find this anywhere. They have many PDFs on Horapollo's work. You know, all you got to do is go in here. I'm trying to pull it up real quick. They got so many of them. No, that's something else, right? That's not what I'm looking for. Let's see. I got a nothing open right now already. I just want to go into this one first. Here it is right here. For those who would like to go there, get yourself a copy of this work. When I tell you these things were expressed metaphysically, this is an actual Egyptian priest. And this is the way even Champollion studied Horapollo. Horapollo of Neleus. This is an actual priest. And this is his works written on how to deal with the metal netta. You see? And it's running down the whole history and everything in here. You know, and it tells you, and it's actually written, you know, in what they like the so-called Greek. You know, and it tells you the meanings of everything. How the Egyptians denoted eternity. Like I told you, the serpent represented, you know, eternity. They break it down in here. Horapollo broke down what these things represented. You know, and this is a whole bunch of signs and symbols. It's 205 pages in here. He told you how they represented the new year, the symbol that was represented for that. And he goes into a breakdown on it. And Champollion even admitted that Horapollo was right. You know, and then he came with a different methodology. A lot of scholars say he was right. So how did Horapollo be considered right in some of this stuff that he put up here, even though they try to reject other stuff? How was he considered right and he didn't have an alphabet like Champollion did? If he was not using the alphabet system and he came to all his conclusion by metaphysics and breaking down what these things represented, see, like he talk about the aura, a measure of land, 100 cubits. See the full breakdown, you know, and telling you what the hawk represented, you know, symbolized by the hawk. The hawk represented God because it was a bird and is prolific, long-lived, or perhaps rather because it seems to be an image of the sun being capable of looking. It's telling you why the hawk. That means Champollion has studied the nature of creation. See, this is coming from original, as they like to call it, Greek. We say Coptic. He Copter. Uh-oh. I hope this thing don't try to shut down. I seen it because that's what happened last time. I'm going to watch it and see if I need to check back in. But nevertheless, you know, this is a whole book, family. The hieroglyphics of Horapollo are Egyptian priests. His methodology was the way that they used prior to Champollion ever coming on the scene. And you can find that this is free. They also have the books out there too, but this is a free work right here, family. You know, you can get out there and you can download this, and you can get the hard copy too. You know, you can get the hard copy of this demonstration. And it goes into breaking down every symbol that you can think of. You know, man that vomits up his food. He goes in a lot of stuff. You know, a whole bunch of information. There it is again. Like I say, he's showing you in one language. They would call it Greek. We say Hecopter. And then they got the English translation of it. So this was actually translated out of it. And his methodology, again, was the methodology that was being used. And other scholars agreed upon this methodology. You know what I mean? They tell you this here, you know, the meaning behind them, you know, what they represented. You know, it tell you that he was a priest, one of the last priests. They got all that history in here. So who is Champollion to come and usurp the works of an actual Egyptian priest? I'm going with the Egyptian priest over the European that ain't never been through the priesthood. I don't care how good they try to make it sound, how they try to make it look. This is what we should be doing. His methodology. Why do we stand on his methodology as being that in the Moorish paradigm? Because this is the same methodology, the symbolic breakdowns, you know, and exegesis or interpretations that he was given for every symbol. Now he got symbols and he give a breakdown. He let you know what the noose represent. They say, well, this is mirror. Well, he said, this is love, right? Apollo seems to have confounded the handcuff with the mouth, and the next expression, which Mr. Wilkinson considered to signify beloved. You know what I mean? Words and leaves and sealed book denotes the most ancient, and Champollion, like I say, studied Apollo. Unbeknownst to many of our people, he studied these works too. Thomas Young, all the European, they knew. See how a future act was depicted? An ear, when delineated, symbolizes a future act. It ain't strange that we call our class the E.A.R.S class, huh? The E.A.R.S research Sultanate, huh? You know, how a murderer or the blood of a crocodile was depicted. You know, it gives all this stuff. A lot of breakdowns here, family. Like, we can't make this stuff up. This is Apollo's work right here. Apollo, the Egyptian priest. Look at here. Watch this. Look at what they say. Which the hieroglyphics of Apollo Nelius, which he published in the Egyptian tongue, and which Philip translated into the Greek language. So they're saying the original text was translated into the Egyptian, which most likely probably was Demotic at that time. You know, and then they translated that into the Greek language. You see? I would like to find the original. And it's out there too, because I remember looking for it one time. The actual source material. You know, it's hard to find, but it's out there. It's called by a different name too. The original document. So that's Apollo. So we understand the methodology to be used. Here's another drawing. I ain't trying to go there yet. I want to go here first. Let me see. Okay, not that one. Let me actually close this one out. So I don't need that one no more. Okay, I'm going to close this out too. Trying to make sure I got as much as I can. Okay, so this brings us to, again, if Champollion said Apollo was right in his drawing, and then we have our own methodology, and I broke this down before. The Egyptian Adeptus or Sabaeite teachings, the wisdom teachings of the holy and divine instruction concerning MEDU of El Hejjet Shepsis Rayab to Ali. What is Prophet Noble Drew Ali's methodology? Signs and symbols of a conscious mind in men and women of understanding. We understand what ideograms is, pictorials, logographic measures now. We understand anaglyphs and hieroglyphs and everything. So I put this together so that our family can see the methodology that we use, here. And our methodology is the same of that of Apollo. Master questions from our Moorish Science Adept Questionnaire. Can Allah speak to man? Yes. We say MEDU is the language of God, right? Now, how many ways does Allah speak to man? In a still small voice, and he speaks, and he who speaks is still. How do we look at the image of Allah who speaks within? By looking into the face of man. In other words, man is the microcosm of the macrocosm. So if man were to study himself, he can see the great God Allah speaking within his being, hear the great God Allah speaking within his being anyway, and see, what he's demonstrating by what he reveals. What is the other way Allah speaks to man? By the voice of man, and not an oracle or any idol, And so if we understand that, it said in the Grand Quran itself, it's not fitting that Allah speak to man except by, sending of messengers, giving him divine wahi or revelation, by sending angels. This is how Allah speaks to man. This is the language of God. So that corresponds with exactly what MEDU is. A lot of people don't know that when you see certain animals or creatures in creation, sometimes the Most High is trying to send you a message through these. It ain't strange that Solomon was able to speak the language of the birds and the ants and so forth and so on. That didn't have to do with a verbal communication. It had to do more with intuition and telepathy, is what it's talking about. So this is our methodology as found in our Moorish Holy Quran as it relates to the hieroglyphs. It says, fear not to lift the sacred board, the tablets of law are in the ark concealed. Now, where's the tables of law? Within you. Where's the ark? Within you, concealed. Take them and read them well, for they contain the precepts, all the precepts that man will ever need. And in the ark, magic wand, for they contain all prophecy. Lies waiting for your hand. Hand is symbolic to the mind. It say, it is the key to all the hidden meanings of the present, future, and past. The cherubim have guarded well for every soul this treasure box, and whosoever will may enter in and find his own. See, this is dealing with enigma and meaning and symbolism. And that's dealing with Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 21 and 20 through 23 ayat, the meaning of silence and the wisdom of Allah and man. So it is within silence that you are able to gain the wisdom, of Allah and man, where Allah speaks to man through man. So here's another measure I came behind that with, because I tried to put it chronologically in order. It says, the master said, the Logos will give heed to what I say. No man can enter into the light until he has found himself. Go forth and search till you have found your soul and return. Now notice this is all about finding one's soul. And the guide led Yehoshua to a room in which the light was faint and mellow, like the light of the early dawn. It says, number 7, the chamber walls were marked with mystic signs. Now, if he's going to find himself, what he doing in chamber walls with mystic signs, unless these walls have to do with his consciousness? It says, with hieroglyphs and sacred texts in the chamber. The chamber walls were marked with mystic signs, with hieroglyphs and sacred texts. And in the chamber, Yehoshua found himself alone, where he remained for many days. And he read the sacred texts and thought out the meaning of the hieroglyphs and sought the import of the master's charge to find himself. A revelation came, he got acquainted with his soul, and he found himself. Then he was not alone. So this was all about him becoming acquainted with himself, but he was told to go within himself. And the walls of the self were marked with mystic signs and hieroglyphs and sacred texts. The book of Allah's registrar, remember, In the chamber, he found himself alone, where he remained for many days. What it say? He read the sacred text and thought out the meanings. And that's what one was being told. You know, this is the methodology that Champollion gave. Same thing right here. Yehoshua received the mystic name and number and passed the first brotherhood test, right? Let's go to the next page in our Moorish Holy Quran. The Logos waited 7 days, then was taken to the Hall of Fame, a chamber rich in furnishings and lighted up with gold and silver lamps. The colors of its ceiling decoration, furnishing, and walls were blue and gold. Its shelves were filled with books of masterminds. The paintings and the statue were the works of the highest art, and Yehoshua was entranced with all this elegance, and found where are these manifests of thought. He read the sacred books and sought the meaning of the symbols and the hieroglyphs. It's saying it again. All this is doing with him going within himself, though. Notice it didn't say he had no dictionary or no alphabet chart, so to speak, but he actually thought out the meaning and sought the meaning of these symbols. Yahushua passed the third brotherhood test, faith, right? Then we have, in the land there was no place more greatly furnished than the beauty parlor temples of the Temple of the Sun, right? Heliopolis, right? Few students ever entered these rooms. The priests guarded them with awe and called them the halls of mysteries. We already know this is a chamber dealing with anaglyphs, hieroglyphs, however you want to see it. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 32, ayat 1. Yehoshua would take the 6th degree and pass the 6th adept chamber, it says, of the Eastern sages. Notice how this demonstration going up through the degrees, as we were to go up here, from the 1st to the 3rd to the 6th. And then when we get up here, it says the senior course of study was now opened up, and Yehoshua entered and became a pupil of the Hierophant. The Hierophant is the higher self. He learned the secrets of the mystic lore of Egypt land and the mysteries of life, death, and of the world beyond the circle of the sun. See, this is what I'm talking about when I talk about going into the book of creation, reading the book of creation. And that's the 7th, adept degree, so to speak, when you get into the aspect of dealing with the chamber of the dead and the mysteries of Egypt. You really unfolded into a degree of prophetic. It says, and he had endued thee with reason to maintain thy dominion. He had fitted thee with language to improve thy society and exalted thy mind with the powers of meditation to contemplate and adore his inimitable perfections. So this is what we're talking about. Contemplation. Yeah, we got a language we speak. Kemetic people had a language, hieratic, but they also had the glyphs that they was able to meditate, contemplate upon, and leave behind for us to get something out of. See, it says here again, weak and ignorant as thou art, O man, humble as thou oughtest to be, O child of the dust. Wouldst thou raise thy thoughts to infinite wisdom? Wouldst thou see omnipotence displayed before thee? Contemplate thine frame. If you want to see the omnipotence of what we call the omnipresence of God being displayed before you, contemplate yourself. Know yourself. Go within yourself. Holy instruction from the prophet, know thyself, right? So this is what we deal with when we talk about MEDU. Again, this corresponds with the methodology of Horapollo and everybody else that pretty much demonstrated the same way. And last but not least, here's a grand drawing, whether we look at it or not, where it was actually being stated, on how one should demonstrate. They don't even know. This is talking about the book of creation right here in our Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 15. From Allah's own record book we read, the triune Allah breathed forth and stood 7 spirits before his face. The Hebrews call these 7 spirits Elohim. All right, we got some thought activity on the manifest, right, in the cosmos. And these are they who in their boundless power created everything that is or was. These spirits of the triune Allah moved on the face of the boundless space, and 7 others were, and every other had its form of life. Now, in ancient Kemet, they would have depicted this in a certain way. And we have a picture of this being depicted in ancient Kemet about the 7th. That was moving with the boat of Ra. We got this there. Matter of fact, since I'm mentioning it, I'm going to show it to our people real quick. Let's see. Let me close that real quick. Okay, I'm going to close that because I no longer need that right now. Close that, no longer need that. Anything that I think that's going to hinder my page. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, though, so that our family can get this. We want to make it plain. Signs and symbols of conscious mind and men and women of understanding, but we know thought activity is expressed. You know, and we have a lot of that being depicted right here, you know, in some of the information that we done put out here already. We got a lot of that going on as far as dealing with the artwork. One second, I know this ain't far behind right here because I done put it up here and posted it so many times. Give me a second here. We coming up on it right now. Okay, not that one. Not that one. A little bit more. Not that one. Not that one. Okay, we almost there. Not that one. Not that one. Okay. There we go right there. This is what we talking about right here, family. The same thing being expressed by the 7. See the 4 here and the 3 here? See one coming from on high? This is actually a sun behind this, you know, so I put our flag there. See the Kepler beetle, which represent creation process. You know, it says the 7 petals of the grand hierophant. But if you look at this, the bolt of Ra is being lifted up by Shu. Shu is holy breath. You see? Creation process going on here. So, watch this. When we go back over here. And it says, again, these spirits of the triune Allah moved upon the face of the boundless space, and 7 others were, and every other had its form of life. These forms of life were but the thought of Allah, clothed in the substance of their ether planes. Men call these ether planes the planes of protoplasm, of earth, of plant, beast, man, angel, and cherubim. All of these planes represent expressions that if we was looking at MEDU would be depicted in MEDU. Do we not see protoplasm being depicted in MEDU in a certain way? Do we not see, you know, earth depicted in the MEDU? Do we not see plants, beasts, or animals, and man, and angel, or Neteru as we would call them, and cherubim? All of this right here. See? It says these planes with all their teeming thoughts, these are ideas of Allah, thoughts of ideas, right? Allah are never seen by the eyes of man in flesh, so carnal man can't comprehend this. They are composed of substance far too fine for fleshy eyes to see, and still they constitute the soul of things. So they so caught up in Champollion methodology, they can't comprehend the ancient Kemetic methodology of explaining these things, because they caught up on the plane of things made manifest. It says, and with the eyes of soul, all creatures see these ether planes in all forms of life. Most of the people that supporting Rome, they atheists. So they can't see with the eyes of the soul. We go right over their head anytime we go to talking like this. It frustrates them to hear us speaking of metaphysics and spiritual science. It says, because all forms of life on every plane are thoughts of Allah, all creatures think, and every creature is possessed of will, and in its measure has the power to choose. Now, when a thought becomes manifest, in most cases, you know, we are speaking the things that we are thinking of. So when the great God Allah brought us into existence, brought everything into existence, or we say nature brought everything into existence, this was thought activity that became manifest. It says, and in their native planes, all creatures are supplied with nourishment from the ethers of their planes. And so it was with every living thing until the will became sluggish will. And then the ethers of protoplasm, of earth, of plant and beast, and man began to vibrate very slow. The ethers all became more dense, and all creatures of these planes were clothed with coarser garbs of flesh, which man can see. And thus this coarser manifest, which men call physical, appeared. And we started recording, you know, our physical activities, i.e. putting it in stone. It said this is what was called the fall of man, but man fell not alone, for protoplasm and earth and plant and beast were all included in the fall. And all of these things can be found to be demonstrated in ancient Kemet. When we look at the walls, the angels and the cherubim fell not, their wills were ever strong, and so they held the ethers of their plane in harmony with Allah. Now, when the ether reached the rate of the atmosphere, all the creatures of the plains must get their food from the atmosphere. Conflict came, and that which finite man called survival of the best became law. So we can see where war is being waged in some of the hieroglyphics, where they show where they was working at some time, building stuff at some time, and they was warring at some time. All this stuff was put in the wall, like a movie on pause, so to speak. But it says the stronger ate the bodies of the weaker manifest, and here is where the carnal law of evolution had its rise. And now man in his utter shameless strikes down and eats beasts, and the beast consumes the plant, and plant thrives on the earth, and earth absorbs the protoplasm. All of these things have been depicted in hieroglyphics, family. Yonder, the kingdom of the soul, this carnal evolution is not known. The great work of masterminds is to restore the heritage of man, to bring him back to his estate that he has lost, and he will again will live upon the ethers of his native plane. This is what Al-Sar became. He was the one that came forth to civilize his people when they went into a savage realm. Al-Sar was taught by Tehuti, just as Noble Drew Ali was taught, by the Egyptian adepts in order to teach us and raise us up out of the savagery that we learned on the wrong. It says the thoughts of Allah change not, the manifest of life on every plane unfold into perfection of their kind. As the thought of Allah can never die, there is no death to any being of the seven ethers of the seven spirits of the triune Allah. And so an earth is never plant, and beast or bird, creeping thing is never man. Man is not and cannot be a beast or a bird or creeping thing. It says the time will come when all these seven manifests will be absorbed, and man and beast and planet, earth and protoplasm will be redeemed. And this is all talking about a time where everything in creation will be elevated. So we can see that, all this was depicted in ancient Kemet, even prior to the revealing of our Circle 7, but it's telling the same story. And so I quoted the Grand Quran, what you heard me quote earlier. It is not given to any human being that Allah should speak to him except through revelation or from behind a veil, or that a messenger, an angel, be sent to him who reveals to him by Allah's leave whatever he wishes. And an angel is a thought of Allah manifested in the flesh. He is all high and most wise. So, this is my particular drawing. I had more measures, but I'm going to actually put this in the homework. And y'all have this copy already dealing with the Hebrew characters that was later derived from glyphs. We're going to get into that at another time, because I want to show our people the different charts that came about and how all of them are different from each other, though they all are claimed to be hieroglyphs. So we actually have one particular book too, dealing with similar measures that actually deals with right here. And this is dealing with compared to those of Hebrew symbols as well. Same symbol we were showing you, but this is breakdown with Horopolo's information in here. They had Horopolo's information in here as well. So it's a powerful drawing, family. They was quoting Horopolo throughout this whole measure here. See it here. So we're gonna get into it, and we'll probably have this one first, and then we'll get into the other I just showed y'all later. So these symbols in closing, just like we was able to show you that our symbol in the flag, can be found, and it represents the constellation of Musketti, the great bull. This is a scimitar above a star. We see the netter right here in observation. So this particular symbol here, right there, represents the ox leg, which is the Big Dipper. So we remove all the mystery behind this demonstration. Then you can see what our flag represent. You know, this is what the original scimitar looked like before it became very sharp and pointy. The convex wasn't real sharp, but it's still the same shape, and you can see how it come off to being shaped after the ox leg. You know, and that ox leg is a representation, or it's called Musketi. It's also called the Kafesh. You know, and this is symbolic to what rotates around the star. You know, see the North Star, the Polarises. You know, so we can see that. And it's a whole breakdown, family, on all of this here. Constellation of the Thigh, the celestial apparatus of the executive rulers. So in all actuality, when we go back to what we were showing you here, whether you know it or not, this boat is shaped like a scimitar. And you see these 7 celestial Neteru in there, you know, which represent thought, activity, and consciousness. So the boat is synonymous with the celestial ship, or the boat of Ra as well. Or we can say, i.e. the soul of Ra. But that's a whole nother measure. We'll get into that at a time. So these represent celestial vehicles, these constellations that's rotating around the stars. We got a whole breakdown where we went into the gematria and broke all this down, and it came back to the word Keti, the same root of the word Mesketi. I didn't make this stuff up. All I did is did the math. Some say take, you know, the abjad and multiply it by the circle 7. Ain't got nothing to do with this definition that I had up here per se, at least I was thinking. But we found out this is also called the celestial Mount Meru, Meru, Mesurah, Misr, Misrov. And this is why I'm saying, when you understand the breakdown, this is how deep this science get. See the one holding the scimitar or the leg of the ox in their hand right here is the same thing, family. You can't get around this. You know, and when I went into the math, though, by multiplying the circle 7 by the abjad, ABGD, and I did the math, it came out to these numbers, and they added up to the word Keti. Now tell me if that ain't no strange happening. Tell me, and then when I went down here and did the same thing, all it did is moved up to 10, you know, and then right here to 100. But I multiplied and it came out to the same thing, moving from 70 to 700 to 7,000. And I did the multiple of this, you know, and it came up to 50,000 plus the 1,000 year cycle. But this is a whole nother measure right here. But all of that just dealing with our flag, family. It's science in that. Here's a symbol of the same thing, you know, dealing with the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, you know, and I got a whole breakdown dealing with the celestial realm and what the circle and the cycle represent, with the scimitar, you know, circling 4 times, the repetition, eternal stars and all this. Is talking about the scimitar, the Kafesh right here. This coming from the celestial ship of the north. The sword, as the flaming sword turned every way, was the sword of the 4 corners and the cardinal points of the world, as the crooked sword or sickle was a symbol of the planet Saturn, called the scythe of time. In Egyptian, it was called Kafesh. It says one of the names of the constellation of the Great Bear, Musketi. In the Dendera plain spear, it was symbolized by the leg of a hippopotamus. They say leg of the ox too, leg of the bull sometimes, indicating the thigh, the original birthplace in heaven. So not only does that represent, that constellation represent our flag, but it's called the birthplace of heaven, Mount Meru. It says where Saturn was represented as a god, and a crown was placed upon his head, endowing him with majesty, making him a judge of the court of justice, held at the time of reaping in the harvest time. See, that's that cycle of justice taking its course, the age of justice. See, Saturn has remained a symbol of justice down to the present day. So now you understand why justice is inscribed upon the scimitar that we have. You see, we can go on and on with this, because I had a whole breakdown, you know, dealing with this, showing the Egyptian Adept book of the hidden chambers. You see up here, they have a scimitar. In this one, these particular ones had a star. You know, then I showed how in our teaching, you know, Minster was talking about the wheel of time turning once more. That's that cycle. And the race on the higher plane of thought and the garments that our fathers wore have given out, and the cherubim have woven a celestial cloth and placed it in our hands, symbolic to the mind, scimitar, flag, and we make for men new garbs. So we got all this stuff right here that we can trace back, you know, and go straight back to Kemet with this, family. You know what I mean? It's right there. We can't make this stuff up. This is all more information right here. Y'all hear me talking about Allahu and all that all the time, but I'm just showing you dealing with this scimitar. Here's another drawing from a different source. The Kafesh warns us in substituting the Kafesh sickle for Kafesh thigh, and we recover the image of a sword that turned around the circumpolar heaven, corresponding to the flaming sword that turned every way, like the angels standing with the sword in the book of Genesis, right? In the garden. The sword of the four quarters, the four quadrants, right? Justice, mercy, love, and right. You know, the word karabu, render the word sword in different passage instead of karapu, a sufficient, where it says a sufficiency, as suggested, the sword is there likewise identified with Behemoth or Kafesh, the chief of the ways of the creator. You know, it goes on, family. Whole bunch of different sources basically saying the same thing. This is also known as the Kush of the heavens, Mount Meru again, paradise, Meru, which is where the word more come from. We can see Big Dipper and Little Dipper as they relate to the Oxumite and Axumite empire. You know, Axum, Oxum, man, this stuff it's all in here. So the prophet, when he brought this flag and this symbol back, family, I'm just showing you how deep, you know, Metal Netta go when you understand the science behind it, not just trying to make some alphabet. You feel me? Then here it go right here. This is Amen. The more Amen giving the scimitar, you know, to another Nubian. You see him with the scimitar in his hand right here. Amen. See that right there, Amen Ra? See what I'm saying? One that was known as Mar, right here. The hidden one that became manifest. You see? Like, we can't get around this. We cannot get around it. Look at this here. Kafesh, scimitar. And I got whole breakdowns. See it again, Mosquitio, right here. Urja Major, Urja Minor, the Great Bear. These different sources now saying the same thing. So the symbol that the prophet brought us, with the scimitar and star, when you understand this history, you understand why it represents the adept symbol that we have. You know? See it right there. Also got it on the table right there, the leg of the ox. See it right here. This is the definition given. See what it tells us? We ain't making this stuff up. Foreleg of an animal, kafesh. Lords of the strength, sword, scimitar, any weapon. We can't make this stuff up, family. See the goddess segment with the scimitar in her hand. We can see the same symbol being depicted by the Orishas. The scimitar was the head, a crown of the brother, and then the star was the symbol for the head of the goddess. And then you have the Alawata Obatala, white deity of pure. That's what they call Obatala in the teachings of the Orishas. Ish and Isha, Ashe and Eshu, the life force of causes is what they call that in the Orisha teachings. Moorish, hence the combination of Mu and Orisha. And look at them. How many Orishas do they have here? 7. 7 African powers. Don't that correspond with the same teachings of ancient Kemet? Well, I wonder how they got that teaching that was Kemetic all the way over there. Why they got the scimitar and the star as a representation of the man and the woman, or Ish and Isha? Ask yourself that question. And here go your boy, Kirkman Bay, when he went and marked his fez up, and people thinking he come with this symbol because he the only one put it on his fez. But no, he took the symbol that the prophet had and then marked itself. But you see, this is the prophet symbol here, but over here, he got a Shriner's fez on his head. So we already know why he marked his fez with the prophet symbol, because he was a low-key Shriner. See this crescent and then the scimitar above it in Allah? You see? Like, come on, man. And people try to dispute that the prophet had this symbol, and we already know that's a lie. We done proved that, so we ain't even got to go there. It's a spinning jump ring. And on every side of them symbols has always been a scimitar when you had the circle 7. This is the Dingle book, Resurrection book. You see what symbol they got down there on the back page? The chairman knew them very well, and they knew the chairman very well. Where do you think they got that from? Notice they don't have a closed star on it, though. They got an open star, even though all their stuff on their little book is red, all over the place. But, they knew what time it was. See this here? All these different phases that was created by the European, how they disrespect the law and turn it upside down. Everybody thinking the scimitar and the crescent, these are bingo claws. That ain't even no real crescent. They're showing you that they have the Muslims in a snare. They have ensnared the Muslim. Victoria's Secret. See? Mecca, Allah, Islam, Kaaba, Ali, Muhammad, Medina, Egyptian, Muslim, Al-Quran, all these shrine affairs. Now they want to say that the Moors are pseudo and the Moors worship a false god. But what about these Shriners and Masons that's representing the name of Allah? Wouldn't they be false too if that was the case? Since they swear an oath on the Holy Quran to keep secrets. You see? And we already know they turned this blue, because they were trying to bite off of the concept, of masonry, so to speak. This is the book of the Maccabean Files, written by R. Reynolds L., which is a lot of history on the Moor. Notice how they put the scimitar beneath the star in the colonies over here. That was a European expression with the scimitar beneath the star, Lepus Levi. See, the symbols, the way that they have them, that represent a particular people. And then we seen Moors recently come up with these measures. We show you where they adopted all these things from. Turkish flag, Saudi flag, Prophet's logo, circle 7. Then we have this symbol right here that the Europeans have. See the scimitar beneath the star? This is when they go to trying to mix in truth and falsehood, but this originally derived from the star of the Magi, which is the Amati Padme Hum symbol, of India. See the serpent consuming its tail, like Apollo say this represents eternity. This is what the Egyptians see. See the scimitar down here? One raises their consciousness cyclically. And that's what Prophet Noble Ali, he raised the scimitar above the star. You see, just like it was in the Kemetic drawing. See there? Yeah, European been demonstrating taken from us. See what I said here? I said the scimitar is indigenous to Islamism. This is a very old post right here. I was showing all the flags. This is actually a Moorish coat of arms right here. Notice this Moorish coat right here. This from back during the medieval time now. This ain't something just clip art. This is a real Moorish coat. Look at what they got on it. It's called Moorish. So, and then we seen that not only did it come that way, but the scimitar and the star is the combination of the two nations that the prophet came back from, Saudi Arabia and Morocco. And so this flag, I always say, was a warning really to them. You see? So, man, all I can say is I'm just showing you how far we can go when it comes to dealing with these signs and symbols. There it is right there. You confess, deity, Netta sitting in front of it. We cannot make this stuff up, family. Constellation of Musketti, the great bull, the mouth of heaven. And so no matter how far we go, this science goes so far and people just don't comprehend it. Even in the fact that this also deals with meditation. Because I didn't put this in there, but this is also the Big Dipper as it relates to dealing with meditation. See, pineal gland, close connection to the North Pole, North Star, and this would be the scimitar rotating within your conscience. This is actually how you begin to go into true meditation. You see? So we can go all the way in when it comes to dealing with this stuff, family. But we didn't come up here to play and we ain't made nothing up. They go your cycles right there. And this would be the cycles again of the scimitar rotating around the star. You know, and this is a whole totally different books. This is coming from Taoists, from Taoism. You see how comedically we can go and then come over here into Taoism and deal with the same thing, the microcosmic orbit, connecting to the cycle of the universal macrocosm and draw in more universal force. Man, with that, we're going to stop. You know, but I just wanted to show how far we can go when we go beyond trying to make some a letter in the alphabet with these signs and symbols. So at this time, we're going to open up the floor so our scribes can close it out. You know, it don't get no plainer than that right there. Islam scribes.
Woo-wee. Islam, having already risen, giving praise and honor where due. I tell you, Dr. Shaheed, much gratitude to you and the measure that you brought forth. First thought that came to mind was when the prophet said, "There's much more wisdom to be learned." And if we can't get a clear picture of why they want to keep the Moors buried in that shallow grave, I don't know what else will do it. You know, we are the ones, our ancestors and forefathers had these keys to civilization. And when you speak about the science behind the symbols, and when the prophets was speaking about when you ask what to study, you know, the answer remains the same. Study yourself. So gratitude for this grand measure, Dr. Shaheed, and also gratitude to our scribes online for their measures and our family online. Definitely, you know, continue reflecting with these degrees because you do nothing but grow and ascend upward. Gratitude, peace, and love.
Islamism, gratitude and peace and love, Morris Ken. Islam, Grand National Secretary of the State, very powerful. Islam. All right, Morris scribes, what have you all to say?
Islam. All I can say is woo-wee. Oh, this has been a powerful class. And like the goddess said, I don't know what else, what else we can do. It's all plain before us, documentation, beat conversation. We putting the information out there. We showing you how Ptolemaic and how the Europeans has done and how they trying to continue to keep us in the dark. But we as Moors, we as a people, we got to do our research too, along with what we're showing you. Just don't take what we're saying, back it up, do your own research. And all I can say is just keep an open mind and just realize, just know, family, that we was the first one here. The Europeans came out of us. We the one made them. And but I don't know what else to say other than wow. I mean, what more can we say? I mean, we just put it out there. Islam, gratitude, family, and keep coming. To our Moorish kin who's listening, keep coming and keep an open mind. Islam.
And Sister Dendra, before you leave, what have you to say in regards to dealing with just that one symbol that the prophet brought us back, that adept symbol of scimitar and star? You see all the information that's just behind that one symbol?
Yes, Islam. I mean, it's so much, and I can remember back when I was in the, just coming up. We used to look in the sky and see the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper and all those different things, but didn't have a clue. Didn't have a clue. Yeah, didn't have a clue on what was going on. And we even used to say you could look in the sky. How we used to say when we was in the church about the gospel would be preached through the stars, or some kind of way we used to say, but still didn't comprehend what we were saying. Oh man, it's powerful, God, man. It's just powerful. It is love.
And now we know what it means when the prophet say he gonna take the Moors up above the sun, moon, and stars and all around the almighty throne of Allah.
Yes, yes.
You know? And we know the throne of Allah is above your neck. That's
Above
the
the neck.
crown chakra.
That's right.
And we seen that scimitar, that big dipper in that Taoist philosophy rotating around it, didn't we?
That's right. That's right.
So the prophet told you he was gonna make you become your flag.
That's right.
Goodness gracious.
Islam. Gratitude.
It's love. It's love. I told them it's a living manifestation. They better stop it. Scimitars on the manifest. Unsheathed it. Islam. Well, all right. Other scribes, I know y'all fired up, man.
Islam, most deaf. Oh, go ahead, Tara. Go ahead.
Islam and gratitude. One thing that I like to see is that when we're looking at the information, how it transcends over every nation of the world. So it's not like the message was hidden, but we all have to have a messenger that comes and brings that message to us. And so he just give honors for the prophet, even our chairman, yourself, and all the other Moors that be bringing forth their information, because they're doing this out of the love for their people and the love of themselves, and not no other reason. You know what I'm saying? So that's give honors to Moors for that. Islam and peace.
Islam and peace, scribe. We give honors to you as well. Yes, sir. All right, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay.
Yes, sir. Gratitude for calling me. Well, I tell you, the more one learns, the more one knows how much we don't know, about ourselves. I mean, and coming from a deficit of minus 360, you know what I mean, to coming to the, to the face of man, and through these lessons that the prophet brought us. I mean, he brought us something we can shout about, as quiet as it's kept. And it has been kept quiet. You know what I mean? Everything that the European has built themselves on was off of our backs. You know what I mean? Off of our knowledge, off of our wisdom and understanding. So that's why he kills at a moment's notice to keep it quiet. You know what I mean? But we, as Moorish Americans, as waking up to the knowledge of who we truly are, can understand that the great God didn't leave us out. You know what I mean? He didn't give us what we needed to reconquer, to give us what we need to reestablish: peace, love, truth, honor, all these principles that we once, wielded, But I'm just so grateful for being here in this new era of time with a mindset that we have to be committed to this. Because as we look at those that has been in our ranks, falling to the side, so to speak, falling by climbing, that we have to really, really recommit ourselves to this truth. Recommit ourselves to doing the work. You know what I mean? Being about the business of our Father God Allah. It ain't no joke. This ain't no time to play. This ain't no game. You know what I mean? Although those speak of games people play. But this is not something to play with. And then that's what probably scares a lot of our people, because they know they can't get by with just half-stepping, shuffling, shucking and jiving. No, you got to get busy. You got to stand tall. You got to be a man, be a Moorish American national, in this new era of time now. And we just give you, high honors for all of your due diligence, because that's what it takes. The tribe of endurance is an example of what it takes. So we coming up in this new era of time now must give honors to those that are standing still, in this work. Because it ain't going to, like, I don't know what it was, Tara, Bate Bay was talking about the other day, they ain't, no, with that, the consul, Grand Mufti, they ain't going to give it up. They're not going to give it up. We got to take it. And the only way we're going to take it is by being ourselves. You know what I mean? They got a lot of smoke screens. You know what I mean? They got a lot of misinterpretation, misrepresentation, deception. That's their main tool, to deceive one. You know what I mean? And make them think that they're nothing. You know what I mean? They use that physical slavery to beat in us the fear. And then they came back with their 14th Amendment and all of those laws that they created, you know what I mean, to keep us ignorant, you know what I mean, so that we will second guess ourselves. We don't have to second guess ourselves today. Not with this truth, that's being displayed, you know what I mean, that is being revealed to us, that we have the power within us. And the prophet says, study the self, like you said, that star and that scimitar, that's the self. If we look into the self, everything from the cellular level, you know what I mean, to our structure, the central system, that spine, we just so powerful. It ain't no joke, you know what I mean? But we have to accept it, and we have to study it to the degree that we know that it's the truth. We can't just be guessing or thinking, okay, if you think it is, okay, well, prove it. You know what I mean? That's what we got to do. We got to prove it to ourselves first, and I'm just so grateful for being here amongst those that are standing today, you know what I mean, amidst all of what's going on around us, the human calamity even, but we have taught, we got lessons for everything. Prophet didn't leave nothing out. And I'm just so grateful. Gratitude for allowing me to speak. It's Norman Peace.
And gratitude for the measure. And closing out, I'm going to read from the brother Mustafa Gadala's book, A Brief Measure. This is from the Egyptian hieroglyph metaphysical language. I want to make sure y'all got all these sources, family, that's looking. It says, and this is on page 2, it says, in the 12th dynasty, 2000 to 1780 BCE, about 700 signs were in more or less constantly used. There are practically unlimited numbers of these natural symbols, each deciphering the metaphysical. Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs is beyond Western academia's capabilities. They have dubbed it a primitive form of writing. Academic Egyptologists cavalierly choose 24 signs out of hundreds of hieroglyphs and call them an alphabet. They have gave various functions to the other hundreds of signs and call them syllabic or syllabic or determinative, etc. They have made up the rules as they went along, and the end result was chaos. One can easily see the struggle of academia to understand the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic metaphysical texts. A pictorial sign has no singular sound value. Only an individual alphabetical letter has corresponding singular sound, which was the case in the totally unrelated alphabetical language of the ancient Egyptians known as hieratic and demotic writings. A very distinct and independent from that, has nothing to do with Egyptian hieroglyphic form of cosmic communications. Read more about the alphabetical language of the ancient Egyptians in the Ancient Egyptian Universal Writing Modes by Mustafa Gadala, whom Lord Abba claimed that I learned about for him. And I can go back and show you I was dealing with Mustafa Gadala way before I ever heard of him. I introduced it to our Moorish kin a long time ago. Before we even start getting into the language, when Moore was saying, is there a measure more that we can go into and find, that's dealing with Kemet? And he was the one that corresponded with our prophet. That's why we chose his work to give our people a basis, because he have extensive work and is very comprehensive. So it says the Egyptian hieroglyph metaphysical language is consistent with the fact that there are indeed things that cannot be put into words. They make themselves manifest. They are what is mystical. Confronted by these mystical things, the reality which authorizes speech and words are condemned to deal only with appearances. Reality, where the logical form or forms of life remains obstinately outside of speech. It constrains what we say, yet refuses to be spoken. Unless we concede the existence of a transcendent reality outside speech, we become solipsis, with no grounds for speaking. So speaking depends upon silence. We can only speak together by co-signing the grounds of our speaking to a respectful silence. See, we was talking about that meaning of silence earlier. The universal pictorial signs. Signs are everywhere around us. Arrows tell us where to go, where to look. Commas and periods show us when to pause as we read. In mathematics, signs tell us to add or subtract or divide. Traffic signs help drivers to drive carefully and pedestrians to cross the street safely. None of the above signs depend on words. All of them can be understood by people who speak different languages if they have learned what the signs mean. In fact, every branch of scientific knowledge has its own signs for communicating its own special kind of information. It would be impossible for everyone to understand all the signs in all the sciences, nor do we need to. A symbol by definition is not what it represents, but what it stands for, what it suggests. A symbol reveals to the mind a reality other than itself. Words convey information, symbols evoke understanding. Symbols are the unspoken language, and ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs likewise do not represent letters or words, but ideas and concepts. It says basically the Egyptian pictorial metaphysical images script. The ancient Egyptians' pictorial system is commonly called hieroglyphs, which comprises a large number of pictorial symbols. The word hieroglyph means holy script in Hebrew, holyglyphian, impress. That's what I was talking about, impressing in the mud. Hieroglyphic writing was in use in ancient Egyptian temples until about 400 CE. Each pictorial image is worth 1,000 words and represents that function or principle on all levels simultaneously. From the simplest, most obvious physical manifestation of that function to the most abstract metaphysical. This symbolic language represents a wealth of physical and psychological, physiological and psychological and spiritual ideas in the presented symbols. The metaphorical and symbolic concept of the Egyptian hieroglyphs was unanimously acknowledged by all elderly writers on the subject, such as Plutarch, Diodorus, Clement of Alexandria, etc. And so this is letting you know the others who were also considered, honorable when it came to the Kemetic writings. And so they too moved according to the works of Apollo type of way. They seen these things as metaphysics, metaphorical and symbolic. That's the real meaning behind the glyphs. And we're going to get deeper into this in our next sessions to come. So that being said, gratitude to your family. We hope that you was able to take these sources, and you can do your own research. We just gave it to you. Nobody can never say we didn't give you the truth, and all is well. So at this time, we're going to call for our sister Dendra so she can take us to third heaven. Islam.
Islam. January 15, 1929. A warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical, agitating speeches while at work in their homes on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders would be a severe consequence. We offer love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in the prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Drew Ali, and if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet therefore is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet, through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by the order of Prophet Noble Jew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortune of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all, in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Go in peace, Moors. Islam. Great class, family.
Great class. Gratitude, family.
Gratitude.
Love.
Great class. Gratitude.
Nice, beautiful message.
Parents all.
Love
Love you,
y'all.
Morris.
Isn't without
Love
this.
y'all too. Peace and love.
Peace and
Peace
love.
and love, more. See you more.
Great class.
Something.
Yes,
This
that's right.
love.
Islam.
Gratitude to the scribes, man. Man, I tell you, more truth, it keep coming out in every cycle.
That's right.
Indeed. Yes, sir.
It's a paradigm shift, and we want to give honors to our family that's out there too, brother Born Dog, Noble Brian, creator of the Brownless Universe. Man, who else we got up here? Sister Cena Renee. I know our brother Marquise was up here. Ryan Robinson, honors to your family. Tarif Bay, everybody. Michael Stanley L. Islam family, it's all love. See y'all in the next cycle.
Islam. Love you, Moors.
Islam, peace and love. Sunshine L. Islam to you as well. Peace and love.